Hey Shiro, how's it going? Yeah, you didn't have to rush. Feels bad. You ran from your D&D group? Definitely hang out with friends. Just checking everything first, the usual thing. Also giving people some time to get in here. I imagine this is going to be a uh, a stream where there'll be less activity, if only because it's not on the usual Thursday. But we'll see what happens. It's priority stream. Hey Long, hey Sava, hey Cham Chulu, or is it Cham Chulo? I'm gonna be so lost, it's funny. Well, hopefully the translations will help you out. Do you remember which chapters in Ghost Frontline 1 does 416 begin to show respect to Shikikan? Basically, Continuum Turbulence is when she starts showing a lot of respect. That's when it really happens. And then it goes more in depth during her event in Project NeuroCloud. Project NeuroCloud is basically the catalyst to her actually being obsessed with the commander. That's something they solidified in Project NeuroCloud. Even though they had like the sound bites or the voice lines in Ghost Line 1 where she says the classic "I'm all you need," that's really only a soundbite. It doesn't actually reflect that well in the actual story. But they go all in on Project NeuroCloud, and that's canon for her. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play around with the sound a little bit, just so I can make sure that everyone can hear me well and there's good sound balance. People on the Discord have told me that I do sound a little low on both my videos and my stream. So I kind of do want to use this stream to experiment with that a little bit. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and raise the gain of my mic, and you guys can let me know if it's too loud or not. So I just pushed it up to an extra 10 decibels. So does that sound too loud for you guys? Any thoughts on the global event? It's really good right now. It's a 7 out of 10. I think the Cinderesti event is better so far. But hey, Kukai is the main character. It's a little loud? Okay. Alright, I just dropped it down by 5 decibels. So how's that? You guys can probably ask me a question and I answer it, and then you guys can get a good range of it, I suppose. No weird echo. Okay. Oh, so there was an echo. Okay. That makes sense. Hey, Plague Doctor. How's it going? Our own stop on come back apparently? Oh, it's not apparently. It's been confirmed. The mic was speaking. Okay. Hey, no problem, Plate Doc. No problem. I know this is a very spontaneous stream. This might happen more often than usual because I do want to start streaming more. I do want to put in more efforts in my content creation and do things that aren't just a summary series. You know, be like more of like a standard content creator. So I may end up like doing things more spontaneously until I get a rhythm down on when I actually want to stream on multiple days. So far, Thursday is still solidified as a day I will stream no matter what. But I have to feel on when I want to add more streams, what days to use for stream nights. So many people want Potato come back as nuts. I think it's literally because she is the American exclusive doll. Not American exclusive, but Western exclusive. I guess is a bad way to say it. And that's always holding her name. I think Rebella's fine. I like Rebella as a name. The only other name that I can think of that is actually, I think, would Fixer or not Fixer, Fitzer, is Roxanne or something like that. I'm gonna call her Ro. Oh, let's see. I just need to make sure that all this works first. So there is going to be a translation on screen that's popping up. Oh, let's do this. What do you think Mika is going to bring back? Okay. So this one isn't being translated right now. That is because the text just popped up. Let's do this. This. But you should see a translation on the top left of your screen. Let me know if I need to make that bigger for you guys. This might be a little off, if only because I do need to pinpoint what this text actually is. Oh, I see it. I see it. So if I do this, it's bigger. Okay. I am blurred for you. Hopefully that makes it better. Hopefully I don't have to go in the actual settings and change the text because I don't want to do all that stuff. So hopefully just blowing it up on stream is good enough. That did pretty good? Okay. All right, so as for your question, Question is, what do you think Mika is going to bring back before we go any more forward with the story? At least I think that's what you're asking. Honestly, that could be anyone, to be completely honest. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to bring out all the Chinese dolls, though, so I think the last really popular Chinese doll is like Type 64, I want to say. Or was it 76? It's the SMG one. I think that's like the only one that's like really popular for China. And then afterwards, it's kind of a wash. It could be anyone really. I do want Kaliko to come in. I think that's like my most anticipated one because I feel like Kaliko is very popular, more popular than people give her credit for. Yeah, her. Actually, that means that there's two. Uh, was it Type 7? I can't remember all of the numbers. Like Type 79 and then Type 64. I want to say there's one. There's like two of them. There's two Chinese ones. So there's that. Let's click here. Maybe it'll pop up now. Okay. In order to hold the light in our hands, we must endure loneliness, be fearless of darkness, burn hard rocks and soil, and take root deeper. Oh, there it is. Actually, it pops up now. The warm orange sunset brings a warm illusion to the wasteland. Oh, Fallon 57? Yeah. There's so many dolls that they can bring in. But I don't think they'll bring in every favorite one. Like, I still don't think Grizzly's going to come back. The scavenger rummaged through the garbage dump and rubbed the picked up metal blocks on his clothes. Oh, there's no voices for this one. Damn. That sucks. That's ass. Alright, it's narration time. There's nothing valuable about it. Hmm? A strange noise coming not far caught his attention, and the scavenger clenched the iron pliers in his hands and walked towards the source of the sound with a fierce momentum. Damn it, it must be Johnny's group of mice again. They all said this is my territory. Look, I won't drive them away this time. At the moment of seeing the remains, the scavenger quickly bent down and hid behind the garbage dump, holding his breath. I brought the gun. It's okay. Damn it, didn't you just clean up this area recently? He carefully observed the situation through the gaps in the stack. The few living bones didn't seem to notice him. But stared greedily in one direction, continuously emitting low growls of greed. Living bones. I think they mean, these might be elids, maybe. Is that a person? It's a fresh face. Not from us, right? The person who was cornered by the corpse held a gun in one hand and a black garbage bag tightly in the other. The next second, the person threw the garbage bag at the living skeleton. At lightning speed, and the skeleton's attention was instantly drawn. One even jumped up and bit the garage bag in the air. Okay, living bones are elids. Okay, got it. Just making sure. This one is saying raw goo. Under the joint force of several living bones. Okay, I'm going to actually translate that to just elids. Just so you guys know what that means. Under the joint force of several elids, some flesh-colored block-shaped objects were torn into pieces along with black plastic bags, but their original shapes could still be vaguely seen. That's human feet. Intestines. Bright red liquid and minced meat hung down from the fangs of the bones, and the scavengers were so scared by the horrifying scene before them that their feet swayed. Get away now. Yes. Quickly escape. I dare not turn my head again, and the scavengers flee in panic. Handshake. The mechanical dog extended its front paws and placed them on Nikita's hand, causing the children watching to exclaim in joy. Nikita gave the children a glance. Also, oh, Coolidge, Lily's gift. The mechanical dog that received the command leaped up and pulled out a gift from the big and small bags in the corner of the office and carried it to the girl's hand. Is it for me? Wow, it's a handcuff model. A handcuff model. Thank you, Sister Nikita. Coolidge is really amazing. It's like her name is Coolidge. Oh, wow. I want it too. Line up one by one. Everyone has a gift. Listen to Sister Nikita. Don't be in a hurry. Okay. Amidst the lively chatter, a figure appeared at the entrance of the office. Grace, the regular aid supplies from Mangi Security, Mangi Security, that's what it is. Mangi Security have arrived. Could you please go check and sign for them? I'll keep an eye on them for you. It's Mr. David. Mangi Security support is always so timely. Thank you so much. The young teacher blushed and seemed to have a good impression of the friendly young man in front of him. Miss Nikita is giving gifts to the children. Could you please help maintain order? I'll come as soon as I go. These translations are going to be a little wonky, so bear with me. No problem, leave it to me. Mod? This is not a mod. This is just a third-party tool being used. And what it basically does, it just literally translates it in real time. The young man with black hair showed a charming smile on his face and walked towards the children. Come on, line up here. Everything is available. Long time no see, Nikita. Long time no see. How have you been working lately? Previously, I heard a rumor that the security department has established a new salary framework and basic salary. How about it? Has it increased significantly? I can't give you an answer. There are regulations that prohibit us from disclosing our salary status to the public. Hey, the regulations are dead. Even if you say it, it won't be much. However, judging from the gift you brought, it should be still be pretty similar to before. I'm sorry, I've broken my old habit of gossiping. I won't continue to investigate. David scratched his nose awkwardly. Alas, but it must be said that it's a pity that someone as outstanding... Ooh, that is a lot of text. Hold on. Wonder why it doubled up like that. It'll probably fix itself. Alas, but it must be said that it's a pity that someone as astounding as Nikita is working at the grassroots level in the security bureau. If she comes to Mangi Security, there will be greater room to showcase her abilities, and of course, there will be more opportunities for promotion and salary increases. With a salary increase, we can buy better gifts for our children. Thank you for your recognition, but I think Sister Nikita, who works as a security guard, is very handsome. This probably means very pretty, but translation. Last time I saw Sister Nikita rescuing hostages from kidnappers on TV, it was so cool. I feel the same way. I went out to do social practice before I saw Sister Nikita on the street, which made me feel very at ease. That kid has no eyes. None of them do. None of the teacher has eyes. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh no, shouldn't have done that. It's going to try to translate everything, but it's ain't here. If Sister Nikita is no longer a security guard, wouldn't it be possible to see her frequently? How come? She can still come here in her spare time. Dang, I'm just trying to click, and it just goes by. I would still come often with Coolidge. Coolidge is the is her robot dog, by the way. It's okay. Everyone go play. The mechanical dog who received the instructions jumped and led the children aside. Mr. David, I don't think going grassroots work is a waste of my abilities. You have repeatedly invited me to change jobs, and I believe you also conducted some research on my background, right? That's right. We took a liking to your background. Griffin is also a rare enterprise in the industry that has both strength and conscience. I heard that when Griffin dismantled and reorganized, we all felt regretful to some extent. My experience in Griffin is my pride, but it also makes me feel a little confused, because sometimes I'm not sure who our real enemy is. In the security department, everything becomes much clearer. The objects I want to protect are innocent civilians, while my enemies are those who endanger the safety of the people. Everything I do is tangible and falls on the goal of protecting the people. I quite like this down-to-earth feeling. How about this? As for the issue of money, I can only say that within my ability, I will provide the best for the children. So, I don't have any idea of changing jobs right now. If this was translated better, it should say, like, I don't want to change jobs right now because she's happy where she is because she's protecting children. And that is a very simple thing compared to when she was in Griffin, where things were a bit more obscure. Nikita looked at the children who were having fun with Coolidge, her calm face showing warmth. Yeah, just a bit. Of course, as long as you think it's good. Mr. David, I'm back. I'm really sorry, but I happened to run into Miss Chernova, who also sent a lot of things over, so I took a look at them together. How about it? Aren't the children very restless? No, no, no. Everything is fine. Has Mr. Nova arrived? Coolidge, go get the birthday gift for Una. Oh, no. No need, Nikita. Today, Mr. Nova did not bring her daughter and said she was on vacation in another satellite city. That's great. When are you going to take our kids out to play? Do you have any recommendations, Mr. David? I'm in trouble now. I'm not very good at playing. I didn't come. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean in this context. Coolidge was holding a gift box and circling around Nikita's feet, anxious about losing the target of the command. It's okay, give it to her later. Coolidge, put this back first. Billy, 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 Billy. Pretty sure that means beep, beep. Nikita's terminal rang the emergency communication bell unique to the security department. A sharp sound, like a thorn piercing through the cheerful atmosphere. Smuggling of prohibited drugs. What's wrong? Is there an emergency situation? Well, I had to go back now. I left the things here for now, Teacher Grace. Come and get them when you're done. Coolidge, let's go. Yeah, that was just a pretty rough translation, that was all. Like, just really hilarious. So yeah, I think it's gonna be easier to just look at the raw translation on the window. But we'll see how it works out. In the empty factory, several shadows quietly lurked into the deserted corner. This is Nikita, calling Captain Javert or Yavert, one of those two. I'll say Yavert for now. Captain Yavert. We have arrived at defense point A on the west side of the factory. Give us instructions. Nikki, point A is one of the factory safety exits and must be guarded to prevent suspects from escaping. The captain's words were swallowed by a electric current sound, which sounded very unstable. Received. Nikita made a gesture, and other security personnel quickly responded and dispersed to various shadows in the factory. Yeah, it does depend on his nationality, but I'll just say Yavert for now, if it even matters. Monitored by the area she was responsible for, Nikita adjusted the radio to maximum power and carefully identified various noises captured by the tactical headphones. Sometimes it's even translating this game. No, I'm using a third-party tool. And it translates in real time. Hiss. This is probably a command to her dog. A strange electric current briefly disrupted Nikita's communication. The assault, please assist. This is the second detachment of the Patrol Service Department, Nikita, with identification code 040901D. Please answer upon receipt. This is 3 Assault Squad. This is probably supposed to be Assault Squad 3. Attacked in the warehouse area. Requesting assistance. Ah! The sound of objects hitting the ground suddenly drove the gunshots and screams far away. After several unsuccessful calls, Nikita quickly switched to the team voice. This is Nikita, Captain Yavert. We have received a support request from the 3rd Assault Team. Have you responded? This guy is not being translated for some reason. It seems to be a communication malfunction, and we cannot contact Captain Yavert. And where did the support request come from? I haven't received it on my end. It should be inserted in the other frequency bands. Vague gunshots continue to be heard in the communication, and Nikita pondered for a moment. You stay here. I'll go investigate the situation. Wait a minute, Nikita. I'll be right back. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. I'll come as soon as I go. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to mean I'll be right back. Embedding. Because it does have an embedding function, but it does cause the game to lag. So I'm going to turn it off during gameplay. Only 45? Yeah. I focus a lot more on global. But it doesn't matter. Because everyone has a Kukai. This too doesn't matter because everyone has a Kukai. It says solve the enemies along the way, but I'm pretty sure it means defeating the enemies along the way. Nikita rushes all the way to the factory warehouse. Yeah, it is. The embedding is causing the stream to lag. It's causing the game to lag. That's not the stream, that's the game. The warehouse is filled with a large amount of white smoke, making it difficult to see the way ahead. So, do you guys want me to just turn off the embedding and then we can just use the window on top? If you guys are just using that anyways? It's not a harmful gas, it's potassium nitrate. Could it be that the gunfire triggered the fire extinguishing device? Sure, why not? Alright, that's like one vote. I want more. I want more feedback. That's 2 yeses. Nikita has activated the microthermal imaging installed in the visual module. That's... yeah, it doesn't matter to me. So that's a neutral. Top one is good enough because you're man... because mainly your voice. I read that wrong at first. I said because your manly voice. I was like... but yeah, you said mainly your voice. Okay. Alright, I'll give her the embedding. That's fine. There's a person lying on the ground not far away, and Nikita quickly approaches with a gun. Still applies. The top one can go to the bottom. Maybe. I'm only saying maybe because if I do that, it'll be on top of the other text and it may just look bad. But we'll see. We'll see if it works out. This is assigned to the security department. And vital signs. Hold on. I'll do it now. Your voice is badass, thank you. Don't move. Put down your weapons and stay away from the wounded. Heavy and orderly footsteps gather from all directions, surrounding Nikita. In the thick smoke, Nikita vaguely recognized the security department logo worn by the other party. I am Nikita, a member of the 2nd Brigade of the Patrol Service, with identification code 040901D. Repeat, put down your gun and retreat. He seems to not be listening. Putting the gun on the ground, Nikita took a step back and raised her hands. 040901D. Due to violation of regulations, all of your actions are now forcibly suspended and you'll be sent back to the security department for suspension and review. Wait a moment. This is a command, not a communication. 040901D, please cooperate with the investigation. Click. The familiar sound of electronic handcuffs locking, but this time it's locked Nikita's own hands. Ooh, someone has been framed. So what's going on here? All she wants to do is protect the children. Hello, I would like to talk to Shelby Roberts, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Patrol Duty Office. Is he currently in the office? Nikita, why is it you again? I told you many times that according to the ban... Who, she got banned? You should not appear in a lobby of the security department now, let alone meet your former boss. Like, she was suspended, but that doesn't necessarily mean banned. So... I just want to provide a detailed explanation of the accusations made against me in the dismissal notice, as well as to explain the true situation that occurred at that time. Don't tell me these things. I'm just a receptionist and I don't understand. But what can be confirmed is that the dismissal order must be strictly followed. Please leave here immediately, otherwise I will call security. How ironic! I don't know where the rumors about the risk of losing control of my humanoid model came from, but I still hope to be given an opportunity to explain the illegal operation. Alright, so it looks like they're using her aspect of being a doll against her, in which that she could go berserk for whatever reason. And it seems to be that they have done, they framed her for sure, but they also seem to add on to the fact that they're being, I was going to say Nikkei-phobia for some reason, but doll phobia. To add on to her charges, I guess. Based on our usual friendship, I kindly remind you that the humanoid who was fired was... It's probably just going to say doll. I kindly remind you that the doll who was fired by the original company in the satellite city has 2 weeks of transition time to find a new job and affiliation. If there is no new affiliation for more than 2 weeks, you can only pray not to be scanned by any identity checking equipment. Now, please leave immediately and don't make things difficult for me. Nikita is disappointed. Seeing that the appeal was fruitless, Nikita had no intention of wasting any more time entangling. Before leaving, she took a deep look at the emblem of the security department on the wall. The emblem that usually gives her strength and faith now appears particularly sharp and cold. Nikkei is way worse than doll phobia? I think they're about even on how bad things are. Now, Nikkei makes less sense than doll phobia, I agree with that. Arriving at the entrance of the welfare home, Nikita hesitated a bit. She's just remembering the kids. Last time I saw Sister Nikita rescuing hostages from kidnappers on TV, she was amazing. Also, she was on TV. Apparently, she was featured very well on TV. In the news, at the very least. I feel the same way. I went out to do social practice before and saw Sister Nikita on the street, which made me feel very at ease. I always feel like I don't know how to tell the children this news, and it's in a situation where the investigation process is unclear and the results are controversial. Uncertainty is certain. Nikki turned around and saw the woman standing behind her. Miss Chernova? Damn, what a look! Holy shit. How imposing. Also, she's from Nafa. I was expecting another faceless person, so I'm actually shocked. Good morning. Just call me Anissa. Anissa showed a gentle smile, and the familiar emblem on her coat immediately caught Nikita's attention. Miss Nova, no, Anissa, are you from the Public Security Administration? Damn, shawty, fine. Yes, let me introduce myself again. My name is... Oh no, a name. My name is Anissa Grigory Chernova, and I am the Minister of the Anti-Spy and Intelligence Investigation Department of the Public Security Administration. Sorry, I didn't intentionally conceal this identity before. I just felt that our work doesn't intersect, so there's no need for further explanation. So why is it necessary to explain now? Also, what did you mean by uncertainty is certain before? How'd you get into the Chinese version? Why is the Namfa stacked? I don't know, dude. How'd you get into the CN version? So you can, quote-unquote, easily get into it. There is a good process, a easy process, but it does involve showing your ID card to Billy. You had to basically not call them, but you had to go into a chat room and give them a picture of your ID card, as well as yourself. If you can do that, then you can get into the CN version of Ghost Frontline 2 pretty easily. But I know a lot of people don't want to do that, so I don't advertise how to get into CN version because of that. I know it's kind of uncomfortable. There's no need to be so guarded. I'll explain it to you bit by bit. However, the entrance to the welfare home is not a good place to chat. Shall we get in the car? I know there's a suitable place. Wait a minute. Can you provide a valid identification for that? After all, I can't believe in your identity based solely on the emblem of the Public Security Administration Bureau. Did you just not call it Namfa? Because obviously she's from Namfa, so I guess the translation just doesn't work out. Not bad. Although dismissed, the basic vigilance is still there. Here, take a look. Mystery traceable by CCP, you know what that means. think that's true. I don't know for sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll always say that. Anissa displays her electronic ID for Nikita to check. The thing is, for me, that is like, even if they do want to trace me, what the hell are they going to find? My hentai folder? Okay. How? I didn't lie to you, did I? The identity information is genuine and valid. Thank you for your cooperation. So, should we get in the car? Feel free to sit. I'll go make a cup of coffee. After looking around, Nikita sat down on the sofa in the cottage. The location of this small house is very concealed, and the sound insulation effect is also good, so there is no sound heard around. The cry for help you heard during the mission was actually an audio clip pre-recorded by my technical personnel, disguised as the main frequency band of the team, and inserted into your communication receiver through interference methods. Oh, so she just straight up saying, yeah, I reframed you. Yeah, just straight up. That is to say, the entire rescue scene was arranged by you as a scene in order to get the result of dismissing me? Your calmness exceeded my expectations. I thought I'd been given more excitement to find out that I was framed. How my emotional module operates has nothing to do with you. For me, what we are doing now is just filling in the timeline, knowing the means and results, and I want to fill in the blanks of the cause as well. But before that, I want to know if the team member was really injured. Anissa raised an eyebrow. You care about this? Don't worry, no one was really hurt by this incident. They are all my subordinates, just following my special instructions. You can understand it as part of this scene. And this is also the reason why I initially designed you. Okay, then please continue to ask my question. Why did you plan this scene? So when they say plan this scene, also what an honest spy. So when they say plan this scene, I think a better way to say it is that, is why did you set me up? Sometimes in order for more people to enjoy a safe, secure, and welfare environment, it is necessary for someone to solve some shady things in the dark. You used to work in a PMC. Having worked before, one should have a certain perception of such things. I was in the PMC. When serving, the commander who follows has always acted with integrity. I don't understand what exactly you mean by not being able to see the light. If there's anything I need to do, you can directly explain whether it can be done. After listening, I will evaluate. Okay, since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Realizing Nikita's extremely straightforward attitude, Anissa adjusted her way of speaking. In fact, we had caught some suspects in the previous operation of confiscating prohibited drugs, but according to subsequent investigations, these suspects are just the lowest level, and the real big fish is still hiding behind the scenes. Moreover, we have received some reports indicating that Mangi Security is also involved, and we need someone to enter Mangi Security undercover to find concrete evidence of Mangi Security's involvement in this illegal drug smuggling. Mangi Security? Are you sure? Yes, it is Mangi Security who, like us, donates money and goods to the welfare homes. May I take a look at this reported information? Of course. Anissa opened the drawer and took out a stack of paper materials, handing them to Nikita. The report message was also printed out, which was a blurry picture of a person wearing a Mangi security uniform sitting on a rundown sofa, holding a tube of medicine in his hand. The person in the photo is holding the prohibited drug involved, known in the industry as living water, which is reported to be used to treat humanoid diseases. The only disease worth talking about is ELID. But in reality, it has a strong addictive nature, and long-term use can lead to mental disorders, strong delusions of persecution, and inability to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Oh, it's basically meth. Yeah, it's basically meth. Human-like disease. Oh, this is a common psychological disorder among people who have been living and working in satellite cities for a long time, feeling that they have risked their lives to obtain residency in satellite cities and want to make a name for themselves in their careers. After realizing that all my efforts were just to make the privileged class in the white zone more comfortable, I had the idea of downgrading myself from a human to a humanoid. I have no intention of offending. I'm indifferent. Okay, so basically, it looks like Anissa views herself as a doll. Even though she's not. But she wants to distance herself from humanity. So she wants to see herself as a doll. At least that's how I read that just now. That's pretty interesting. So what we need to investigate is this thing called living water. Do you have any other photos? No more. This photo is probably taken abnormally, and the ID address of the sender was randomly generated, probably because they are afraid of being retaliated against by taking advantage of the situation. It checks out. The last question. Why me? Have you had close contact with Mangi security personnel? Anissa takes out a photo, places it on the table, and pushes it to Nikita. The person in the photo is David, which I thought it'd be. And from the perspective of the shooting, it is obvious that it was taken abnormally. Not very close, but he has been recruiting me for the company, hoping that I can switch jobs to Mangi Security. In this situation, joining Mangi Security is a matter of following the flow. Can it go smoothly? The crimes you committed against me are illegal operation and performance defects. Will Mangi Security accept such a doll? But in fact, you do not have any performance defects, which can be detected during machine inspection. As for illegal operations, you know, the rules of official departments are cumbersome and rigid, and private security companies have different definitions of violations. Believe me, receiving a high-performance tactical doll like you is a rare opportunity for them. Nikita looked at the materials laid out in front of her and shifted her gaze to Anissa's face. So, where will I go after completing this task? Go anywhere you want, and then return to the Public Security Administration Bureau. I will re-enter your file. Of course, if you don't want to accept this task, it's also possible. This task is indeed dangerous. After a while, I will overturn the verdict for you, and you can still come back to work. Since you have such a comprehensive plan, why didn't you communicate with me in advance? What? Do you feel that being falsely accused doesn't feel good? Nikita furrowed her brow slightly, remained silent for a long time, and her thoughts were pulled back to the moment when her colleague pointed a gun at her. She tried her best to eliminate those uncomfortable noises and focused her computing power on what Anissa said and the essence of the matter itself. No, it's just that communicating in advance allows me to make better responses, and all of the previous actions made me feel unreasonable. For a moment, I questioned myself and the existence of the security bureau. I do not like to raise such doubts. Ha! I didn't expect dolls to have this existential crisis problem. This is not funny. The originally relaxed atmosphere has become somewhat solidified. Sorry for the bad feelings I caused you. I should indeed explain this to you clearly. This is a consensus among undercover agents. You have clearly not done anything similar before. Anissa sat up straight. Let me put it this way. The reason why we didn't communicate beforehand is because I wanted the whole process to be as natural as possible and make you look genuine. For those who lead a security bureau due to illegal operations, the milder the signs of human manipulation, the better. Most undercover agents are usually trained early on, so they have such acting skills. Someone like you, who was selected temporarily, may appear unnatural due to concerns if informed in advance, and may fall into trouble in the future. That's what they say, but aren't you afraid of making other mistakes? For example, I didn't follow the script. But you came to find me. Anissa smiled. My judgment of you was not wrong. Your persistence in truth and truth brought you to me. This kind of persistence is exactly what undercover agents need. Undercover. What else do you need? Let me think about it. We also need to endure loneliness and boredom, and get used to giving 100 times, but getting nothing in return. Hide yourself in the crowd, whether it's failure or success. Do not publicize it. So, are you willing to accept this task? Nikita looked into Anissa's eyes and felt a scrutinizing gaze behind the lenses. So suddenly, a strange emotion arose in her mind, but she ultimately attributed it to the noise of the system's operation. Human form wouldn't think so much. At least I wouldn't. If it is something helpful and right for the people, I will do it. Anissa smiled and reached out her hand to Nikita. I didn't mistake you. So, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Nikita looked at the hand extended by the other person and gently shook it back. You know, the hole in this planet could be that they could simply wipe out her neural cloud clean and install a better personality more loyal to Mangi. It's possible, but they won't do it. Or rather, they can't do it. Because if they do that, then they'll just get rid of all of Nikita's experience. In which case, you'll just get a much worse doll. The reason why Nikita is so good at as she is because she has 10 years of experience, at least, well, actually over 10 years of experience, all built into her neural cloud. 2 months after joining Mangi Security. Oh, hold on. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick, because I've been focused on narrating. Does this event have nothing to do with Shiki-Con? Probably not. This is going to be Nikita focused at the very least. She has mentioned Commander a couple of times already. I'm saying that I've been watching the story videos of Ghost 101, so I understand what's going on too, so thanks for doing them. I appreciate that, noob. I'm glad it helps you out. Yeah, Nikita was also law enforcement before Griffin as well. Yeah, that's basically the same as RO. Okay. Nikita, who had just handed over the task, ran into David in the hallway. Hey, Nikita. It's been a long time since we last joined. How about it? Are you familiar with the place already? Almost familiar now. Wow, has your mechanical dog been approved yet? Personnel are really lenient towards you. How has the salary increased significantly? Should we be able to buy better things for the children in the welfare home now? Is there a clear provision in our contract that prohibits us from disclosing our salary to colleagues? Don't be so rigid. But if you don't want to say it, it's okay. The salary and benefits of human figures are already incomparable. By the way, Nikita, after lunch break, come and prepare Zone 3. I'll introduce you to your teammates who will be carrying out long-distance transportation tasks from next Monday. Long-distance transportation task? What, you haven't received a notification yet? Wait a moment, let me take a look. Nikita took out the terminal, and the list showed a unread task. How can we not check the list in a timely manner? Humans should be better at this, right? Let me tell you. This transportation route is one of the most important transportation routes for the company, usually only for experienced members. I understand. See you this afternoon. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Let's go, Coolidge. In summary, no suspicious signs have been found so far. You have just joined Mangi Security and are doing the most routine grassroots tasks. Coupled with being a former member of the security department, it is normal that you will not be exposed to core business. First, integrate into the larger environment and become their background before proceeding. Speaking of core business, I just received a task today, and it is said that only experienced members can usually take it. Nikita hands the work terminal to Anissa. Long distance transportation from ODE 13 to LVI 14. Cargo category is food. Anissa lightly tapped the armrest of the seat with her finger. Very suspicious. During transportation, it will pass through pollution areas with weak or even no supervision, and there are many things that can be done. Are you saying it's possible to exchange goods in a polluted area? You're right. However, the money and authenticity. However, if money and authenticity has such a violation task, it is generally entrusted to members who are more experienced and understand the company's internal situation. It is not reasonable for you to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility just 2 months after entering the company. I see. I will do a good job in anti-reconnaissance work. If I don't find anything wrong, I will treat this task as a regular transportation work. It could just be Mangi Security. They are basically synonyms, so it could have been that. It'd just be the first time I see that term, so I got thrown off. I'll leave it to you. By the way, take this. Anissa handed Nikita a USB-style pendant. A USB-style pendant? This little gadget developed by the technical department can automatically generate mental records, and each of my doll detectives has one to deal with mental record checks. I heard Mangi Security submits a mental record every 2 months. Has been fast lately? Just tomorrow. Has been fast lately. Okay, it means, is it coming up soon? That's what I was asking. That's perfect. This is enough to handle the inspection. I also have something to give you. No, to be precise, it's for your daughter. Nikita handed her a beautifully packaged box. This is a security officer toy set promised to Una. The toy badge was given to her before. These are the rest. Oh, it's really troublesome. Lisa takes the gift box. Una said her future dream is to become a sheriff, and she has a strong sense of justice. I really like her, so don't feel bothered. Could you please pass on this gift to her after she returns from her trip? Okay. So, see you in 2 months. Yeah, it's basically translation stuff. That this is why the our English translations tend to be a little bit liberal with how they translate things, because some things they just don't translate into English well directly. So that is correct. After Nikita left, Anissa sat alone on the sofa, took out the terminal, and dialed a number. It took a long time for the sound system to ring back, but the other side finally connected. It's me. Everything is going according to plan. She didn't realize anything was wrong. The security department files had been deleted, and she couldn't go back. I understand. I will continue to report to you if there is anything. Wait a minute. Issa sat slightly upright. I want to know how Una is doing. Last time I heard her voice, she seemed to have caught a cold. Has she recovered? Now, swimming? That's good. Please convey my concern to her on my behalf. Communication ends. Anissa rubbed her nose bridge. The bridge of her nose. Looked at the beautifully packaged gift box on the table and let out a soft sigh. So what's wrong with her kid? It's a question I have. 1 week later, the night before the transportation task. Although there is a greater possibility of replacing goods in polluted areas, avoiding the surveillance that was already known beforehand, Nikita arrived at the cargo storage area. Just in case, it's better to check the goods first. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the warehouse door behind her, and Nikita crouched behind the shelf. Anthony is a lion's mouth, and his asking price is getting higher and higher. How much did you give him? 200 credit coins, 1 hour. An hour? How dare you even limit the time we have to enter the warehouse? What are you saying? If it's too long, you'd be discovered. Who can know if the visit records and monitoring systems are deleted? And this guy always goes out fishing during this time period. If the goods are not found to be missing, no one will specifically check the surveillance. I always feel that spending this money is unnecessary. It's better to be careful. Damn it, it's really cruel to deceive people. This time we also raised the price of the goods and earned it back with profit. You're not afraid that people won't get up? If you can't afford it, you'll still want it. Those poor creatures in the polluted areas are pointing at this living dog. Through voice print comparison, Nikita has a concept of the identities of two unwelcome deaths. It's David, another member of the transport team. David, how many boxes should we have this time? Same old, 3 boxes. Only 3 boxes? Please, there's so many goods this time. Even if you take a little more, you won't be caught. Don't be too embarrassed. Ow, why'd you hit me? If someone finds out, we're done playing. Do you understand what caution is? I came to work with you initially because you had a lot of cunning, but now I feel like you're not as good as a doll. At least dolls are obedient like a dog. Woohoo! Oh man. Oh, we got a doll racist here. Hey. You're also cursing too dirty, aren't you? The transport team was about to refute when they looked up and saw David's gloomy face. He swallowed a mouthful of water. 3 boxes. Just 3 boxes. I'm so annoyed. You're such a lunatic. But when it comes to dolls, what exactly is the origins of the Nikita you showed us before? She was sent here for covert transportation just 2 months? Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? They made me get close to her a long time ago and dug her up from the security bureau. Every time I talk to her, I feel disgusted. Valuing her so much and familiarizing her with our team's business. Isn't it because you want her to take over your position as captain? All said, I don't know what the superior rich men want to play. Even if they want to replace me, there's no way to do it. These days, people are not as good as his mother. What can I do? Calm down. But there is another possibility. That we were caught reselling goods and Nikita was sent to monitor us. It's almost impossible. Apart from Anthony, we haven't left any traces. And Anthony and we are like grasshoppers on the same rope. If something happens to us, he won't be able to escape. However, it's better to guard against her more. If one day she finds out. David's gloomy face showed a fierce gleam. Holy shit, what a face! It's just a doll, just scrap it. That's it, just a doll. The two were busy in the warehouse for a while and disappeared behind the group with their goods. Wow, alright. Nikita emerged from the shadows on the shelf. Reselling goods, deliberately wooing. I like how she called it wooing. Nikita shifts her gaze to the goods on the shelf. Opening one of the boxes, there are neatly arranged canned fruits inside, and the pattern should be blackcurrant. These are definitely not normal canned fruits, otherwise it's not worth the risk. Nikita reached out her hand, but immediately withdrew it. It's not the right time yet. The guy's trying too hard? Yeah, probably. Mangi Security Transport Team entered a desolate town in a polluted area and stopped at a supply point. As the captain of the transportation team, David got off the car, followed closely by Nikita. David couldn't help but sigh as he watched the staff at the supply station rushing to add water and charge the transport vehicles. Wearing protective clothing, I can feel the air here is polluted and suffocating. How do these people get used to living in such an environment? Oh, almost forgot. You're a doll. So robots don't need to breathe, do they? Although, I see your breathing movements. Dolls don't need to breathe. This is just a simulation of human breathing movements to avoid causing the uncanny valley effect in humans. Huh. That's really thoughtful. By the way, Nikita, I need to leave a bit to buy something. Can you help me take a look here? The explosion interrupted their conversation. Several heavily modified armored vehicles and motorcycles raced past, rolling up a large amount of dust and sand. It's the Jaegers. What the fuck is wrong with your face, bro? Man, they really went hand on this guy. Why? Why suddenly? Faced with the artillery fire from the Jaegers, David visibly panicked. Captain David, please don't fire everyone to enter combat mode and evacuate the unrelated crowd. I will charge in first. I am the captain. You'll need to teach me. Hurry up. Ha ha ha, little ones. The fat sheep has come to your door. Kill them for me. Oh, this is not being translated. Hold on. That's probably these. So I don't know what she's saying here. I like how it's called Stormtrooper. Ha, they're just relying on you? I'm enough to deal with you. You gotta toss him overboard. Alright, some interesting people, yeah. You need to breathe because that's how the cooling system works. Well, the thing is that the reason why she's saying that they're breathing like that is because it's more human. It's more human-like. Is what her point is. Okay. Nikita roams the battlefield like a cheetah, without forcing any moves between her hands. At the moment, I saw her figure clearly. Whose eye? The fate of the witness falling was already predetermined. Wait, does this transport team actually have such a powerful doll? The intelligence was incorrect. Damn it, who cares about intelligence now? Hurry up and find a way to make more money. Otherwise this trip would be in vain. So, you grab the robot's attention, and I'll take the opportunity to drive away. I can get... Okay. It's like, fuck y'all. I'll handle the beating, you handle the profit? You take his mother me? Do you his mother me for a fool? Okay. They saying, do you take me as a fool? If you dare hit my brother, I'll fight with you. Looking at the companion who appeared from somewhere and rushed towards Nikita on their motorcycle, the two who were originally arguing exchange a glance. Let's go. Brother, there are benefits to fishing together. Fishing together. Incidentally, I thought the same way. Not far away, Nikita keenly noticed the suddenly activated Mangi transport vehicle, and also saw the two sneaky people in the driver's seat. That's just slower than before. It's taking a while for it to come back up. Nikita fixed her gun and took 2 steps to climb. And took 2 or 3 steps to climb the stairs beside her. Then charged towards her fellow members of the Viagers, riding her motorcycle. Wow. Hey. Wait. Ah! Nikita kicked them off the motorcycle with one kick. Grabbed the motorcycle's head with both hands. And used inertia to spin around the motorcycle. After stabilizing the body, she immediately turned around, increased the throttle, and chased after the transport vehicle. The roof of the car made a dull noise. And the 2 members of the Viagers who were driving the vehicle glanced at each other. What is it? It's that damn rock that breaks your head every day. Compared to this, we really made a big profit. Caught a whole car. Oh, right. The medicine is currently in high demand in polluted areas, so you can sit on his grandfather's floor, and pay his grandmother's price to your heart's content. We'll just go with it. We'll go with it. However, if we steal this car, we have to hand it over. With the boss's urine? I'm sorry. Okay. With the boss's urine, how much can we get our hands when the time comes? Hey, you see me right, otherwise we'll just embezzle it. Do you want to lose your life? But take a little. Yeah, nice translation. Before the words could finish, there was a loud bang of gunfire coming from above, and the bullet pierced through the roof of the car and hit the driver's hand precisely. Damn it! Rock! The transport vehicle began to slip on the barren land, losing control of the direction, and the 2 of them were tossed and turned inside the car. Nikita took the opportunity to break through the car window, grabbing the steering wheel with one hand and holding a gun with the other. The stock of the gun was raised against her shoulder, and she aimed the trigger at their legs. Ah! You! Ugh. Nikita stepped on the brake with one foot, and with the help of the steering wheel, the car finally came to a hard stop before hitting the roadside boulder. She tied up the 2 members of the Viagers, putting them aside for now, and Nikita starts checking on the goods of the car. Give me a second to take a drink. Boss souls himself at the side of a Terminator chasing him. Oh, the boss is pissed. That's what it was. Okay. That's what it was. I was like, the boss is here? What? Well, okay, that makes a lot more sense. The boss is pissed. That's what it was. Many canned fruits were damaged in the recent turbulence, and the juice, fruits, and meat flowed all over the floor. It's indeed the flesh of a black clearant, right? Among some cracked cars, Nikita saw a small plastic bag in the corner. Pinching the plastic bag, Nikita discovered the yellow-brown powder sealed inside. Oh, is that the... Right, let's just keep going. Yellow-brown powder, that gives some thoughts in my head, but let's keep going. Is this what makes living water? Oh, Miss Doll, please let us go. If this continues, we'll bleed to death. If it doesn't hit the main artery, you won't die for a while. Now, I need more information about this living water. Where do you usually sell these things? Nikita shook the plastic bag in her hand at them. You don't know what the things you transport yourself are. Oh, they're just sold to the black merchants. Are some small bars in polluted areas. They will make drinks and sell them to those unlucky people who suffer from radiation sickness. Radiation sickness? You mean elids? Oh. What? Oh, spare me, doll. No, doll aunts. How can I remember this? It's just that kind of disease where stones grow on the body. Taking too much seems to make one lose conscious or something like that. Not Elid. So this is not a medical power for nourishing water? The hell? I haven't heard that before. It's really impossible to have heard of it. It's a psychological illness unique to Sally City residents. So you should know what this thing is called, right? How about this, Grandma Doll? That's pretty mean. You release me and us, and I'll tell you the relevant information about this thing. Before he could finish speaking, a cold, dark muzzle hit his head. Looking up, there's Nikita's gaze from top to bottom, devoid of warmth. Yeah, she didn't like being called a grandma. You should be well aware that there is no room for negotiation between us. What did you just say, random goon? Yeah, it's not Elite disease. It's something else. It says like it grows stones in your body. So initially, I was thinking like something like the whatchamacall them? Shit, what are they called? Those dudes in chapter 8. I'm blanking out on them, but they're like the dudes in the robes and hoods, and they had like crystals on their body. But I'm pretty sure that they were still Elite infected, so it's probably still not that. Where were we? I think it was here. Yeah, Unitas. That's what it was. Among the food can transported by Mangi Security, there is a... Yeah, the Unitas are Elite affected, yeah. Which is, like I said, I initially thought it was that, but that should still be Elite relevant. So, yeah, we don't know what this is exactly right now. Among the food cans transported by Mangi Security, there is a medical powder called Edis, which is said to contain anti-elid composition. The raw material is unknown and appears to be a brown powder. It is often made into beverages and sold to elid patients. The true efficacy needs to be verified, but currently it can be confirmed that this drug has not been approved by the Drug Regulatory Department and is 100% prohibited. Nikita took out a small plastic bag and handed it to Anissa, sitting on the sofa. This is what I brought from the scene, and there is video evidence to support it. Anissa opened the plastic bag, poured the medical powder in her hand, and twisted it. Did you not get caught while collecting evidence? I don't think so. I destroyed a car dash cam, and the only two witnesses were from the Raegers, who I threw into the valley. Threw into the valley. Are they dead? From the probability perspective, there won't be any concrete evidence to prove it. Not being able to contain concrete evidence does not mean that you will not be suspected. From a different perspective, it means there will be no witnesses or testimonies. You disappeared alone with the physical evidence for a period of time this time, and your actions were too conspicuous. If you do an inventory of the goods later and find any missing quantities, it will be easy to suspect you. Even if you suspect me, it's okay. These pieces of evidence are enough to prosecute Mangi Security thoroughly. Before that, I should have to return to the security department. Wait, who said you wanted to come back? The task is not over yet. Our goal is to find evidence of their transportation of living water. With evidence transporting the banned drug Oedipus, so now it's Oedipus now, the banned drug Oedipus, if the security department intervenes to investigate thoroughly, it should be possible to find clues related to living water, right? Moreover, if the people of the Raeger gang are not wrong, Oedipus has already caused considerable harm in the polluted area, and not dealt with in a timely manner, it would only endanger more residents in the polluted area. Anisha rubbed her nose bridge, the bridge of her nose. Firstly, security companies backed by large enterprises often use various methods to avoid risk. However, these pieces of evidence alone are insufficient to thoroughly investigate them, and may miss the opportunity to further investigate the lifeblood of the investigation. Secondly, please clarify our scope of authority. We are a Public Security Management Bureau under the satellite city of ODE-13, responsible for the residents of ODE-13. Residents in contaminated areas are not within our protection range. Are you saying that there will be no action taken regarding Oedipus at this moment? Hold up. Refresh? Oh, it just didn't translate it. Hold on. Maybe if I do this. Try it again. I guess we're just not getting that. Let's... Oh, it just popped up, but then it went away. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, never mind. Get rid of that. Let's try embedding again, and then see if we get this. Let it lag a little bit because it's going to translate everything. But it should be able to get that last line. One day. Oh, it did not like that, actually. I think there's just too much text. Okay, there it is. No, it doesn't actually show it. Okay, we're just going to have to assume what she said. For some reason, it just can't translate this portion. Okay. We will submit the evidence to the relevant departments responsible for managing public security in the polluted areas for record keeping. Is it just the record? Nikita. It's tone sank. I know that justice is a key term written in your underlying logic, but in reality, justice is not that simple. Sometimes in order to achieve ultimate justice, it is necessary to allow some losses to occur, even if it contradicts your basic assumptions. I don't understand of turning a blind eye to injustice for the sake of justice. For dolls, it is normal not to understand. You just need to follow instructions. Next, proceed with caution and avoid major actions. When encountering problems, try to only record and not interfere, gradually approaching the course circle. Do you understand? So, once again, this is... Oh, okay. I see here. I need to pull this up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, she's basically saying she's playing chess, more or less. So, if you want to compare to someone, you would compare her to Earl Griffin. She's kind of being like him right now. So, obviously, Nikita is more aligned with how the commander would work about things, where he's like very honest with himself, and he'll try to save everyone. But she's not in that situation right now, and that is really bothering her. Nikita and Anissa confronted each other for a long time, and finally, Nikita looked away first. I got it. I used to like chess, saying that so many people are evil people who play it. Justice is not that simple. No. Justice is actually simple. No matter what situation you are in, you must continue to do what you feel is right. 040901D. Due to violations of regulations, all your actions are now forcibly suspended and you will be sent back to the security department for suspension and review. Wait a minute. I won't sit idly by this time. At the end of the workday, the staff gradually walked out of the building and confirmed that David also left with the crowd. Nikita entered the office building wearing a black coat. Uses chess for their events, yeah. In an unnamed office terminals are flashing with sparkling blue light, and Nikita shuttles through them. I remember David's location was found. There is a monitoring device above the workstation, and from the perspective of the camera, it should still be able to see what is happening on half of the workstation. For safety reasons, it's better to find a time to handle the monitoring. So, next... David's terminal was launched, but was unexpectedly blocked by the startup password. This is where being a doll is convenient. Nikita connected herself to the terminal and connected to level 2. For great justice. I'll play your opponent, yeah. That's why the chess monikers use so much, are the comparison. I don't think she reaches, actually. Oh, she does. Never mind. Yeah, chess is also old, so that helps. Alright, give me a second. Let me close some stuff. That way my computer stops complaining. There we go. Yeah, I think it's calmed down now. Okay. It seems that there are only some recent transportation records, and there doesn't seem to be any abnormalities. Nikita's gaze scanned and compared these records back and forth. Why do pharmaceutical factories need so many building materials and food ingredients? It was literally 4D chess. Like, actually, literally 4D chess. Are these goods compared to cover up illegal drugs? Seeing the customs clearance seal for the border inspection department of the Public Security Administration at the bottom of the transportation document, Nikita's gaze darkened. By the way, why didn't you think of this before? Suddenly, her public communication terminal rang. Unknown communication code. Hello, this is Nikita. Hey, what's up? Hi, Nikita. It's Mosin Nagat. Nagat and I are currently in OD-14 field trip. Why'd you resign from the security bureau? Mosin Nagat? The unexpected contact left Nikita stunned, and she instantly glanced at the surveillance footage on the ceiling. I may not be able to talk at the moment. Okay, if you're free tonight, come see us at 150K, yeah, 153K district. Let's get together for a little while. Hanging up now. Okay. Communication hang up, Nikita thought for a moment. I remember that Mosin Nagat also seems to work at the security bureau, although it's in another satellite city. Nikita had an idea in her mind. She scanned and backed up the transportation records and hurriedly left the company building. In the water bar on a shopping street, on a shopping street, Nikita and Mosin Nagat met up. Violations of regulations? Really? What's the specific situation? The specific situation may not be convenient to explain. There's a hint of insider information. Although it has been a while since leaving Griffin, I remember that Nikita was the one who strictly followed the rules whenever she was in Griffin. However, it has to be said that the office atmosphere here is really poor, When the front desk receptionist heard that we were here to find you, their faces changed. What have you done to your former colleagues? Kanisa. Sorry, Nikita. If you don't want to say anything, there's no need for that. She just loves to make noise. Why did I make a fuss? Just curious. And Senior, when Nikita didn't just come now, weren't you also curious about why she resigned? Me? Where do I have? Yes, switching words. Wow, I really want to know the insider story written on my face. Be honest with yourself, Nagant. The previous generation who drank milk. Who drank milk? What type of water would you like? The pure type. The type that's not dirty. Like, I had to listen to your nonsense. Besides, what happened to the milk? It's not that I don't want to say it. Nikita spoke calmly and seriously. It's just that what happened to me during this period is very strange, with many unexplainable points. At present, any existing evidence is one-sided and fragmented, and cannot form a complete fact. It may not be good to tell you rashly. Are you the YouTube channel that pumps out the high-quality recaps? Thanks for calling it high quality, but objectively speaking, yes, I am the YouTube channel that does that. Deluxe Kitten. Actually, can you tell us these existing facts so that everyone can help you infer them? Nikita fell silent. I better remain quiet. The milk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the milk is a translation thing. I don't think it's actually going to be milk in English. Of course, it's okay if it's really inconvenient to say. I'm just proposing. Thank you, most of the Nagants. But although it's not convenient for me to say, I may still need to ask for your help. Is it for something related? Is it related to your violation? Nikita nodded. Are you unwilling to tell us the truth and still want us to help? There is no such good thing in this world. I will pay. Okay, boss. May I ask what services you need? That sounds about right. Kanisa, your face has changed so quickly. Who would be at odds with money? Senior, it's not the first time you've met me. After all, it will take up your free time, and I will pay you for it. We're really on the road. Nikita, please tell me what you want to ask for us first. And I also need to assess the risk. Nikita nodded and took out a photo, pushing it in front of them. The photo is a bit blurry in the shadow, so everyone is leaning forward. I'd like you to help me track someone. You're doing God's work. Love the recast. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's gonna be really hard to actually keep hearing compliments like that because I'm just not used to it. But I am glad it's very helpful for you guys. In the empty corridor, Nikita stands in front of the door of the monitoring room. Alas, it seems we can't buy toys for the children this month. Nikita knocked on the door of the monitoring room. The door was opened, and the administrator of the monitoring room stood behind it, looking at Nikita suspiciously. Hey, it's random dude. This is the default NPC. They get bloody used to the compliments. I'll try. A doll? What for? Captain David asked me to confirm if the previous surveillance footage has been deleted completely. Huh, of course I deleted it. The guy is too suspicious and even suspects me. Can I check it? It's not your turn to point fingers at me. We need to check and let that guy David do it himself. How long have we been working together? Don't you know that I'm the one that takes the money to do things? Can I check it? I already said no. He swallowed back what he's about to say because he saw a card in Nikita's hand. I just found a withdrawal card worth 250 credits in the hallway. I don't know who lost it. Ugh. Then leave it to me. I'll take it to the lost and found room. Come back in about 15 minutes. Oh, if I say I'll come back in about 15 minutes, what he meant. The administrator left. Nikita stepped into the monitor room without hesitation and closed the door. In the monitor room, countless electronic screens flickered with a broad white light, like pairs of eyes staring at the intruder, Nikita. Nikita comes to the control panel and tries to operate it. Only browsing permission, operation permission is locked. That's not possible. I still need to delete some things. How does it work? The third-party tool, it just reads what's on screen. It's read what the program is generating, and it translates in real time. If hot chick is, we take it. Oh, I really hope they don't fuck this up because it's a defense map. BSK's cops got my name on them. How far ahead is CN? Honestly, they're not that far in terms of story. In terms of the main story, they're only ahead by like 2-3 events. The game is a little laggy because my RAM's getting eaten up right now. But in terms of like the game as a whole, they advertise that they're a year ahead, but they're actually not a year ahead. It's more like they're about 9-ish months ahead. When you consider the fact that we're actually at a quicker pace, because we're not delayed by like any rewrites or any mistakes that's happening. And also for the first 6 months of a CN, their banners were 4 months, not 4 months, but 4 weeks, while our banner cycles are 3 weeks. So we're actually about like 8 to 9 months behind as a whole. Found it. On the screen, David is getting off a car parked into the employee parking lot, which must be his private car. Nikita recorded his license plate number. License plate number has been obtained, and previously captured surveillance footage has also been deleted. Wait a minute. On the still screen, a familiar figure appeared, following David into the private car. Is that Una? I need to track the whereabouts of the private car. Here's the license plate number of that car. Oh? The previous commission hasn't been completed yet. Will there be additional orders? Please, this is something that only you, who are still serving the Security Bureau, can do. I will pay. Most of Nagan pressed Nikita's hand. Nikita, are you really not doing anything very dangerous? Previously, we were asked to track someone with sensitive identity. But now we're being asked to track the whereabouts of a legitimate citizen. This is really not just a matter of money or time. Why isn't it a matter of money anymore? Kanisa. Okay, I got it, senior. Looking at most of Nagansa's genuine gaze, a hint of guilt-like emotion surged in Nikita's mind. But soon, Nikita erased this guilt. I know, it's not good to be pushed away without knowing anything. I actually don't have a clue about this matter, so I can't say it randomly, but when I piece together the truth, I will definitely tell you everything. If anything happens during this time that harms your interest, I will take responsibility for it as well. Undertaking? What if you entrust us with something that causes us to be fired by the Security Bureau? Well, that's not necessarily the case as long as you act carefully. Don't talk! Nikita fell silent for a moment, as if she had made some decision. If it causes you to be laid off, then I will take care of you. Huh? I'll take on the job of mercenary in a contaminated area in my spare time. It's quick to make money, and I've done these tasks before. Whoa, wait a minute. Nagan helped his forehead? I do need your help, out of the trust of one I shared with Griffin. But if you evaluate it as inappropriate, then forget it. I still appreciate your concern. Nagan glanced at Nikita's calm and serious expression on her face, and after a while she sighed. I understand. Give me the license plate number, and then we can go to the transportation department to investigate. You must pay attention to safety. Alright, she said, like, yes. Yeah. This feels like forbidden knowledge. Don't worry, honestly, if you've done this enough times, then it's pretty typical. So we should be here. I think the good majority of Ghost Frontline 1 players, they're used to just reading ahead. The secret text. The night in Odessa was not quiet. The French window emboldened in the high-rise building emit quiet and restrained light. A tall figure is standing next to the French... What's the French window? Can someone tell me what a French window is? Next to the French window on a certain floor, overlooking the city with a slightly cold feeling. Huh, what a look. Mr. Scott, as I just said, the parent company of Mangi Security has always had a good relationship with your company, and we have not forgotten who helped and supported us to establish ourselves in Audemars Piguet now? Audemars Piguet. French window's a solid window. Okay. It's made in France. At present, data synchronization of VSK94, that's Nikita by the way, cannot be carried out due to the terms of the Crown Hole project, and the final interpretation of the terms in the hands of the Consortium Council. I am just a small executive responsible person, and do not have the power to violate terms. The Crown Hole project is... They might mean the Mephisto contract? Please convey this to Mr. Lurick for me. Of course, I will convey everything we say in the conference call to them, without any deviation, so please be sure to pay attention to your wording, Miss Carmen. Of course, as long as it's what I know and can say, I don't speak for sure. Mr. Lurick is more concerned about another technical team previously formed by the senior management of the consortium. Prior to this, Gerard's research... Ooh, Gerard, I haven't heard that in a while. Prior to this, Gerard's research and technology team has always been the absolute core of pioneering and leading research on 3 generations of dolls. The 3rd generations of dolls. That's what it means, 3rd generation of dolls. Gerard's research and technology team has always been the absolute core of pioneering and leading research on the 3rd generation of dolls. What happened to 16 Lab? Like, what, the 16 Lab just stopped existing? Or maybe they're just biased. We would never allow anyone to steal Gerard's technology achievements at this critical moment. Please rest assured about this. The tall woman glanced at her subordinate, who just walked into the room and gestured for them to remain silent. Seems like it has kind of been rejected by all the companies except IOP. I'm pretty sure Javier still raking it in with 16 Lab. Seems like I got dismantled because 42 Lab disorders hunt down. Oh, when did that happen? I must have completely missed that. Like, what chapter is that from? Or was that in a journal somewhere that I didn't read yet? Until he dies doing what he loved. Yeah, I had to read about that because I don't think that shows up in the main story or the main chapters. It's my nose itch so much all of a sudden. Neko Girl and Funny Master at large though now? Yeah, they are. Well, maybe not Funny Man, but definitely Neko Girl. The data from VSK94 was not provided with the new technology team, and Gerard is still in a leading position in the field of manufacturing 3rd generation dolls. Are you covering this so tightly? The doll with the code VSK94? Is it really the same as the other IO? What are the differences between dolls produced by P? P? Oh wait, hold on. Let me go back. Oh, it's IOP. Okay, yeah, so they name drop IOP here. I'll still focus on that. I'm not sure about this either. Our Mangi security team was only informed to detain and keep it, and we have no other right to know. Currently, there are no other instructions from the council. Never mind, it's me to keep asking about this. Let me directly convey Mr. Ruick's instructions. Upon hearing the word instructions, Carmen raised an eyebrow, but her tone remained respectful. What's going on now? Sorry, I had to pop to the store. So right now, from what I understand, we are currently listening to the bad guys doing bad things. We are getting some updates on the Gerard Group, which we haven't really seen in a while. I think the last time we heard about them, it was during Chapter 8. Actually, even before that, because last time we interacted with them, we fought Darcher. That's the last time. It's bad guy o'clock. You said VSK94, or there is no doubt that VSK94 has its own uniqueness, but to explore its uniqueness, your company's cooperation is essential. Of course, we do not force Mangi Security to synchronize VSK94's data, as this would put our loyal allies in a position of violating the terms and be detrimental to future cooperation and intelligence gathering. So we hope that Mangi Security can assign VSK94 to enter the territory controlled by Gerard. Subsequently, we will detain it under the guise of defense investigation. Maybe it's on the guise of self-defense, and conduct research on the organism. The research results will be shared with our loyal allies. This action can also, to some extent, avoid the accountability of the Council. What a rigorous and meticulous action. Wish made the cloud? NeuroCloud? Technically, no. They did some huge investments on it. I will inform the general manager of the details of this operation. Please wait for my good news. After the call ended, Carmen tugged at her collar and walked over to the sofa to sit down. The subordinate, who had been waiting for a long time, handed her a glass of red wine at the right time. Pioneering leadership, technological achievements. I dare say so. Never mind. Let's start reporting. That's some very strong swallowing sounds. Carmen took a sip of her drink and listened to her subordinate's report. Halfway through, she frowned. Why was VSK94 sent on a convert mission? Probably because the task force made a mistake. Probably? The original transportation task assigned to VSK94 was normal, but due to some overlap in task number, content, destination, and hidden line tasks, this was a management accident. Has grassroots management become so loose? It's necessary to discuss personnel changes with Christopher. Who's Christopher? That's some heavy swallowing sense. A slight smile appeared at the corner of the woman's mouth, revealing a sinister aura. After that, did VSK94 have any abnormalities? From the mental record check, it seems there is none. The mental record of dolls is not credible, and this thing cannot even be used as evidence in formal occasions. So it looks like the Mephisto contract is doing a lot of heavy lifting to protecting the Griffin T dolls. Like, what people would usually do to dolls, they just cannot do to any doll under the Mephisto contract. It's doing a lot of protecting right now. So I have reason to suspect that VSK94 has already discovered our hidden business. So, next, since Gerard wants to use the so-called defense investigation, why shouldn't I? But before that, let me take a look at my chess pieces. I like how we talk about chess, but then they bring it up here. And see if they are still properly positioned. Got it. One more question. How should David handle this? If it's just self-death, dismissal is enough. But if he comes into contact with the company's hidden business, it's not as simple as dismissal. And due to his recklessness, he may bring us incalculable losses. So this person cannot stay. What about going through unconventional processing procedures? Don't be such a hurry. I'll make sure he dies properly. So, is this the place? It seems that the number on the road sign is the same as the one on the surveillance screen. The doors and windows are locked. Let's go down the chimney. Can you fit there, Nikita? Chimney? My clothes are just washed. Forget it. Remember to pay me for cleaning the feet later. The two of them slid down the chimney into the warehouse. Ah, poop poop. A lot of dust. The chimney is so small, thank goodness you didn't get stuck. What kind of place is this? It's so dark. Nikita and Sania each take out flashlights and begin exploring the warehouse. The outline of the warehouse gradually appears in the bright place. There are many boxes piled up above the iron frame on the left side of the warehouse, and Nikita climbed up to check them one by one. That's right, they are all cans containing Oedipus powder. A corner on the right side of the iron frame caught Nikita's attention. She jumped off the iron frame and arrived at this corner, where a shabby sofa was placed. Wait, this place... She took out the terminal and retrieved the previous saved photos. Although the resolution of the photo is very low from the damaged location, it can be vaguely distinguished that it is the same sofa. So this photo taken here? Does this mean that both Oedipus and Living Water are related to David? So... A bad speculation suddenly arose in her mind. Hello, Nikita, come over here and take a look. I found something strange. Not far away from Sinia's call, and Nikita turned around and walked towards her direction. Here, accidentally rolled my flashlight under the shelf just now and saw this while picking it up. Does this look like a toy? And with communication camera function. These toys are really advanced now. Sinia handed over a toy badge. The familiar toy Security Bureau badge. The familiar toy Security Bureau badge. With dried blood stains solidified on it. So that's from Una. Which shelf did you find it under? There. Your expression looks a bit scary. Nikita walked towards the direction pointed at Sinia and shone a flashlight. There's no special marks on the ground. Nikita shook the shelf and then used both hands to push it aside. The worn-out iron frame gave a dying cry, and Sneha quickly stepped forward to help Nikita support the shelf. Ah, slow down, slow down. The iron boxes on top will fall down on you. Under the tracking of light, Nikita and Sneha saw some bloodstains hidden by the shelves. From the state, it is obvious that it has not been wiped clean. Is this blood? Hello, hello, hello. I said the matter you want to investigate may also involve the murder case, right? If that's the case, it's better to report to the Public Security Administration Bureau. What else does Sneha say? Nikita was no longer listening. She stared at the bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been wiped clean and clenched the toy badge in her hand. Una. Yeah, so it looks like something happened to the kid that Nikita was taking care of back when she was a security guard. Ksenia? Yeah, Ksenia. I didn't know whether the K is silent or not. That's like the usual thing that throws me off. Just check the wiki, and yes, 16 Lab is not dissolved yet, but it's gone by the time reverse collapse happens. I knew about that. So yeah, I was surprised when I was being told 16 Labs is getting got dissolved. I was like, I haven't seen that anywhere. It's like, where's that information? I need to know that. But that only makes it more strange, right? If 16 Labs still exist, and 16 Labs, specifically Persica, literally made the prototype of the 3rd generation dolls, and what the Gerard Group did is completely different from what Persica made. There's some drama there. There's some drama there. Seems like it's literally just Persica, though. Not literally, but practically, yes. She practically makes 16 Labs, but honestly, that's enough. She's just a super genius. As night falls, people returning to the satellite city flocked into the commercial street, attempting to escape the fatigue and weariness of the day amidst the lights and wine. Oh, I really want to go shopping too. Nikita, we had a full day of work and are exploring suburban areas, our factories again. Now we need you to find some psychological counseling room. You need to calculate more overtime pay for me. At present, there is no extra funding available. I will keep it on credit card to provide it to you later. I'll keep it on credit and provide it to you later. I don't like hearing about credit. Room 1124, Zone Z, or Zone D, Pence Counseling. This is probably the address that most of Nagant found. Ksenia? You give me some air here. I'll go in and take a look. You give me... Probably to say you get some air there. I'll go and take a look. Hey, did you listen to me? Luna Translator. That's what I'm using. It's called Luna Translator. Linus Journal confirmed that the 3rd gen tech they developed was stolen through remolding pattern testing. Though that may or may not change rewrites and all that. Okay, I'll have to look at Linus Journal again. But yeah, if you guys didn't know, RO is the prototype for all third generation dolls. And even though the Gerard Group did make their own versions of third generation dolls, Dandelion does state that they are vastly inferior to what RO can do, or in terms of her specs. So we have to see if Perska has made any third generation dolls since RO. After changing into a cleaning humanoid outfit, into a cleaning doll outfit in the workspace at the entrance, Nikita pushed the cleaning truck into the office. The office hasn't finished yet, but obviously there aren't many people left. Consultation room 1, consultation room 4, archive room. There it is. The archive room was not locked, so Nikita pushed the door open and went in directly. It is said to be an archive room, but in fact it is a computer room with a query terminal placed in the corner of the archive room. Let's take a look. Nikita entered a name in the terminal, and a program popped up, showed that an access password was required. Well, just thinking about it. He's like, well, here we go again. Wasn't the point of the 13 draws is that they have full free will? I'm not sure if it's full free will, but that was the basis of it, yeah. Like, Persica made RO on the basis that she's able to have self-determinism. Damn, that's so fast. I love Bukai. Holy shit. After obtaining the controlled permission, there was no password blocking her anymore, and Nikita smoothly navigated through the database in the archive room. The data stream flashed by her side, and she deftly extracted the term she wanted to query from it. Found Anissa Gregory Chernova. Let me see what you're hiding. Excerpt from the consultation audio of Anissa Gregory Chernova, number 700123. Let's get started then. Good. When I first came in, I noticed that you kept looking at this painting. Is there anything special about this painting? The girl in this painting looks very much like my daughter. Do you have a daughter? A 10-second silence. To be precise, she is an adopted daughter. Adopted daughter? She must have an unusual background, right? She is the orphan of my colleague. What's wrong with your colleague? Orphan of your colleague? Okay, so this part of translation, just probably say what happened to your colleague. A 30-second silence. I can't say. Is it a bad memory? Yes, I was there when he passed away. He died for me. So I must take good care of his daughter and create the best for her within my abilities. This gift of life is too heavy. It sounds like she was very important to you. She is my everything. At first, I did see her as a colleague's orphan, but in all these years of getting along, she has already become my daughter. Although there is no blood connection, she is my daughter. Can you think of any other important entities besides her? For people, having multiple points of support is very important. A 1-minute silence. Sorry. It's okay. This is not something that needs an apology. Let's talk about something else. Have you been doing charity work all along? Well, occasionally I donate to the welfare home or take Una to do volunteer work. Una, is she your daughter? Does she like to go to the welfare homes? Also, Hero, I have not seen your theory crafting vid, but it's safe to assume M4 is in. Oh, okay. So for the M4 is Groza, or M4 is inside Groza theory. I don't subscribe to that theory because I think there's not enough information to really go for that route. For one thing, Groza needs an Ogus, and there is a plausible theory that she does have an Ogus, but there's not really anything that pertains to that. So the only real thing that makes it work is not necessarily that M4 is in Groza, but rather Groza is being trained to be a what's the word for it? To be an agent of Lunacia. If anything, I think there is more of a connection between Groza and Sextons than Groza and Lunacia right now. But my theory crafting vid doesn't go over that. Instead, you should watch the video where people talk about their own theories, and I theory craft what their theories are and see if it actually works within the story itself. And that one is probably the biggest theory that most people have, that Lunacia is controlling Groza, or Lunacia is inside Groza, whatever you want to call it. But moving on. I quite like it. She is a friendly and righteous child who enjoys doing things that helps others. She sounds like a very well-behaved child. Not only is she obedient, but she also has a strong sense of justice. Like a little son, she loves watching the news and feels regretful about everything unfair. About anything unfair. Even if I say to her, there is no absolute fairness in this world, she will still feel that even if there is no such thing, she still wants to do her part in order to be as fair as possible. Man, all these freaking death flags. She has a strong sense of justice, being by your side and being influenced by it. No, she's different from me. I have long been concerned about these things. Fairness and justice. The sound of communication terminal vibration, the friction sound of clothing, and the sound of buttons. Sorry, there is urgent work. It's okay. That's all for today's consultation. End. Una? She's an adopted daughter? Let's listen to something else. Excerpt from the consultation recording of Anita Gregory Chernova, 700201. Let me go back to chat real quick before we go into this one. Yeah, Dandelion is a derivative of Ogus, but she is basically the best homegrown derivative that we've seen thus far, or ever, to be honest, because we're not growing any Ogus anymore, at least so far. Yeah, M4 is not an Ogus. M4 is the host. Dandelion is the Ogus derivative. Let's see. Okay, looks like you guys got it. It's very lively here today. Yes, there is a sharing session today, and the company has also booked some good restaurants. Do you want a glass of white snake grass water? White snake grass water. Interesting. What is that thing? It's a beverage from my hometown, which is said to have been popular for its unique taste a long time ago, and has recently started to be reproduced. Would you like a drink? No, I don't drink anything outside. Is it a professional habit? A 5-second silence. I guess. Well, that's okay. Let's talk about your hometown. Do you have any special cuisine in your hometown? Mud cakes, hay sheds. That doesn't sound very delicious. Having food in polluted areas is considered good. You were born in a contaminated zone? Yes. It must have been quite difficult to get from a polluted area to this location, right? The sound of clothing rubbing. It's easy, but also not easy. I sold my soul to get this position now. In this position, I had to do some very dangerous things. Whether forward or backward is an abyss. I think your soul should be very valuable. Is it a value that can be discarded at any time? I have a question. Which do you think is better? Being abandoned or giving up voluntarily? A 1-minute silence and the sound of fabric running. She seems very uncomfortable with this question. It's not good. I don't want to lose anything. It means that if you give up your current position, you'll become penniless, right? Yes. Will you also lose your daughter? I don't know. My daughter loves police and gangster movies and has always admired me. I'm afraid that if she finds out everything I've done, she'll be disappointed and leave me. Wait a minute. Before that, I want to confirm what you did is not related to illegal activities, right? A 30-second silence. Of course. Unrelated. Although it's not relevant, it's not convenient to say it, is it? Yes. Okay. It's okay. A prompt sound. Oh, it's time. This conversation's over. See you next week, Anissa. Goodbye. Recording deadline. Does the position obtained by selling one's soul from a contaminated area refer to the current location of the Public Security Administration Bureau? Let's see if there's any other recent recordings. I found them. Excerpt from consultation recording of Anissa Gregory Chernova, number 710317. A 5-minute silence. Anissa, we have been consulting for a year now, but I feel you still don't want to open up to me. Is there something I haven't done well enough about it? Another 5-minute silence. I have reviewed your health report and your level of depression and anxiety have improved. Are you sure that coming to my consultation room like this every week has been helpful for you? Yes, we have. An 8-minute silence. I won't force you to expose yourself too much, but I want to remind you that if our conversation always ends like this and the topic is unpredictable, then the time and money you spend here are not directly proportional to the value you gain. A 10-second silence. You quite have career. You have quite the career aspirations. This is just my basic professional ethics. A 1-minute silence and terminal button sound. It's helpful, I just want to talk to someone. Well, understood. Let's continue this conversation. Recording deadline. So, basically nothing there, but she's clammed up more. Exiting the second level, or level 2, Nikita stood in front of the terminal, recalling the recording she has just made. Suddenly, she remembered the strange emotions that had arisen in her mind when she just accepted this task not long ago. The matter of me entering Mangi Security is too smooth sailing. And from the recording just now, it seems that Anissa has some unspeakable secrets. In addition, according to the previous surveillance footage, Una was taken into David's car. Could it be that Anissa and Mangi Security... Nikita remembered the badge with blood on it. Record these fragmented information first, and then analyze them. The top priority now is to find Una. See, looking back at the chats real quick while there's time. Headline here to put on fusion earrings and DVZ. The only other ogre should be August 40. I'm trying to think of another one. Well, from major characters, yes. There's still, of course, the Nitos, who all have Ogus. But they should be destroyed by now. Well, actually, no. In Ghost Frontline 2, there are still Nitos going around. Nitos and Neters. So if they are still Nitos, they should have an Ogus system. By definition. The Neters, though, we don't know. They might be different. The state grows and the reason Nisha doesn't do anything for people. She only cares about the commander. That one's not too true. Nisha does care about people. She just cares the most about the commander, and the commander is her anchor. All SFT dolls back in the day used an Ogus operating system, but that isn't quite the same as what Dandelion has. That is correct. So basically, there's the Ogus protocol, the Ogus relic, and the Ogus derivatives. I hate it when Ghost Frontline uses the same term for multiple things, because it always causes this confusion. What is your Ghost Frontline 1 last major event? Oh, what's your version? Okay. I've actually already threw out a quote-unquote fanfic because someone asked me, like, what would I do for the Frankfurt situation, since I actually do not like the Ghost Frontline 1 ending. And I gave them what I would have done, and they said that they liked it. Should Anna still be alive? Well, they haven't said that she's dead, so I would assume she's alive. Okay. Nikita drives a transport vehicle on the road in a contaminated area, occasionally bringing up another map for comparison. I remember David's transportation route was to this place. Warning, you have deviated from the route and are currently replanning. Nikita ignored the system alarm and headed towards another fork in the road. While passing by a large garbage dump, Coolidge, who was originally lying in the passenger seat with little movement, suddenly sat up straight and started barking outside the car window. Is there any other information similar to blood samples? Wang Wu! Okay, then get off here. Following Coolidge, Nikita walked into this garbage mountain that stretches for several kilometers. With ruins and iron scraps, this place feels like another abandoned world. Coolidge leaped at a high place, looked up, and shook his head slightly, as if carefully discarding the scent information in the air. Before Coolidge could take any further action, Nikita had heard footsteps coming from behind her. Who is it? Oh, another faceless man! Hey, how many times have I said it? This is my territory. Dare to pluck hair from your grandfather's head? First to ask if I agreed to this gun. Ouch! Before he could pull out his gun, he felt a severe pain in his wrist. Upon closer inspection, the doll that was originally at a distance from him had suddenly flashed in front of him at some point and fiercely grabbed his wrist. His gun fell to the ground. Oh my! Oh, it hurts so much! This brave warrior, spare your life! You can pick up as many things as you want here. I won't pick up anything here, I just need you to answer a few questions. You say, Lozoy, no. The little ones must know everything without hesitation. Have you seen this person before? Nikita calls up the terminal and shows him David's photo. This person, he has a raw face, but the scavenger leaned closer to the terminal and looked at it for a while before patting his head. Oh, I've seen this outfit before. A few months ago, on the other side of the garbage mountain, he seemed to have come over to bury something. When I saw him, he was confronting the remains. What did he bury? Well, I'll tell you, but it's scary. But it's really scary. He was holding a black plastic bag and surrounded by the elids. In order to escape, he smashed the bag at the group of elids. Guess what? The group of corpses pulled out from the bags. The groups of corpses pulled out from the bags and pulled out the bodies from inside. And pulled out the bodies from inside. Oh, okay, I see what he means. Yeah, the body bags. Okay, so basically he spread powder on the body bags, and then they turned it into elids. Wow, those intestines and fingers all flying over the sky, like a horror movie. The scavenger's eyebrows fluttered as he spoke, but Nikita's heart sank. What position was he in at that time? Take me there. Yeah, did a murder occur? Can I ever consider it as assisting in solving the case? Stop talking nonsense and take me there quickly. Right, this is it. The scavenger took Nikita to the other side of the garbage mountain. Months of sandstorms have already buried the past, and there is no trace of the brutality described by the scavengers on the scene. But the smell of blood still lingered above, because as soon as Coolidge arrived here, he immediately shouted at a certain place and started digging up. Is it here? Nikita knelt down and used her hand to flip through the garbage together. After a while, she stopped. The scavenger peeked over and saw Nikita staring blankly at something in her hand. That's a very small children's shoe, pink blue and already worn out. Oh. Oh. Okay, I see where this is going. This. Before the scavengers could make a sound, Coolidge, who was originally wagging his tail to Nikita, suddenly jumped up and shouted behind them. Oh, hey, there are elites. What's going on? What's going on? Didn't I say the hunters have already cleaned up this place before? Oh no, not again. Yeah. The elites, I like how it says the skeletons drooled. But the elites drooled as they gathered around, hungry sounds coming from their throats, as scavengers were so scared that their legs were weak. Damn it. I don't seem to have enough bullets with me. Step back. Huh? The scavenger stared blankly at Nikita, walking forward to block him, her figure appearing particularly tall and powerful. I said, step back. Leave it to me. Good old Willie. Up to his old tricks again. It's like, where are them kids? It's so wrong, I know. There ain't no party like a Willy party. Yep. I don't know, man. William, he just loves to use kids. Well, we know why he does it. It's because it's so easy. But now it seems like that maybe Una was caught into this as well. It's amazing how Mika created such a terrible villain like William. Yeah, honestly. It's like there's... Just when you thought he went at his lowest point, he still somehow manages to go even lower. He used clones of his sister. Not only that, but he used clones of his sister because he likes her. This is not the agreed upon frequency of meeting. Frequent meetings greatly increase the likelihood of being discovered. I told you about this before, haven't I? In a dim cabin, Anissa and Nikita sit opposite each other. Anissa's expression was somewhat irritable, unlike the gentle and friendly demeanor that was commonly seen on her face at first. Tell me, what exactly is wrong with you? Let me be frank, Anissa. Do you have any contact with Mangi Security? Nisa raised an eyebrow. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? It probably means, what are you talking about? That's what it probably means. I am suspecting that my boss is an undercover agent for Mangi Security. You probably have a lot of evidence to make this accusation, right? Let's talk and see. It's not concrete evidence, but that's all for now. I didn't expect dolls to generate an imagination. Or is it true that the previously fabricated statement, your doll performance has defects? Alright, let me read that again. Or is it true that the previously fabricated statement, your doll has performance defects, was made up to dismiss you? Anisha has returned to a state of ease. Listen, Nikita, if you don't want to do this task, you can quit. I can also let other dolls take charge. And I chose you only because you seem to know more about justice and responsibility than other dolls. In other words, although you are the best choice, you are not the only one. However, I need to revise what I said before. Based on your current performance, if you choose to withdraw from this task, I will not let you return to Public Security Administration, and I will apply to the relevant departments to clear all of your mental records to prevent confidential information from being leaked. Believe me, in my capacity, I can do it. So she can bypass the Mephisto contract and erase their memories. That's what she's saying right now. I don't care about any evaluation from me from you, because you seem very contradictory at the moment. What did you say? You are emphasizing my replaceability while also intimidating me, increasing the risk of my departure. Do you want me to leave or continue? Whatever, I'm just informing you of the possible outcomes. I won't leave. I still need to continue investigating. What are you looking for? Is it true that I am an undercover agent for Mangi Security? No, it's about investigating Una's experience and bringing those who hurt her to justice. The name pronounced by Nikita quickly silenced a tense atmosphere. Nisa's widened her eyes slightly and didn't say a word for a short time. After a while, she trembled and spoke as if she finally found her voice. What's wrong with Una? What exactly did you find? Nikita took out the bloody badge and tattered children's shoes from her backpack. She spoke softly about how she discovered Mangi Security's guard theft and how she found the badge belonging to Una from the warehouse where he stored the goods. Well, the shoe. I checked the transportation records of that colleague and found that a certain route he had traveled countless times took much more time compared to other transportation records. The time of that record happened to be around 1 or 2 days after I saw Una being taken to the car by him on the surveillance footage. So on the way to the transportation mission, I changed my route to patrol this route. When passing by a garbage dump, I found this shoe. Have you found Una, or has Una... For the first time, a feeling that could be described as broken appeared in her eyes, which made Nikita, who had originally planned to tell the truth, feel a little reluctant. No, I only found these 2 things. Anissa remained silent, staring intently at the 2 items placed on the table, as if trying to trace back through them the experiences of Una, those that could have caused her unbearable pain. The room was very quiet, accentuating Anita's breathing so clearly. The rapid breathing gives people the illusion of almost drowning. The communication ringtone is like a knife inserted into the ice, causing air to rush in. Anissa looked at the communication terminal beside her, and on screen was a code name that made her both fearful and disgusted. Anissa calmed down. Hello. You said? Anissa stood up and walked towards the window. After a while, she turned around and glanced at Nikita. She did not report the relevant incident to me, only saying that she encountered the Viager gang, or the Viagers, and lost a batch of goods. Even if she knows something, I can apply it to format her mind. Go through a completely formal and legal process without needing unnecessary complications. Not for now? Right? Good. It was a mistake in assigning the task. No wonder I was thinking about how she was transferred to transport this. Do we need to send a team of security personnel there? I know. I remember. The other party seemed to be about to end the communication, but Anissa quickly stopped them. Wait, can I talk to Una? Just a moment. There are some things I wanted to explain. Arrange for us to meet after the task? Okay. Communication was hung up. Anissa stood by the window, and at this moment, a light rain started falling outside the window. Raindrops slid across her face, reflected on the glass, and disappeared into the night. Perhaps it's not Una's. The probability is not absolute. Who is that person? That person? That suspect, a smuggler of legal drugs. Your colleague. What is his name? David Evans. David Evans. Lisa held the badge in her hand, and the edges of the badge were embedded in her palm. Nikita seemed to see crazy and sharp thorns growing under the collapsed ruins, which would become the new pivot of Anissa. David Evans. David Evans. David Evans. Anissa repeatedly murmured his name like a demon, as if the most vicious priestess in the forest was casting a heart-wrenching spell. Miss Anissa. It's all bullshit. What are you talking about? Hearing Nikita's voice, Anissa grabbed her throat with both hands and exerted force. What? Don't come here. Anissa gasped heavily, her nails sinking to her neck. After a while, her breathing gradually returned to normal, and her eyes gradually became clear. She looked at Nikita again. Nikita, are you interested in knowing some truths? What? Regarding past events and future events that are about to happen to you. I was originally planning to help that vampire deceive you to the end, so that after this mission's over, I could take Una and fly away. And fly away, far away. Now that Una is gone, everything has lost its meaning. If I don't resist anymore, even myself will be drained in the end. This way, I won't be able to help Una seek revenge. Yes, while I'm still in the game. Nikita saw some dark flames leaping in Anissa's eyes. That is the flame that symbolizes hatred and devours everything. But these pieces of intelligence are not free. I need your help. She spoke this sentence clearly. I want revenge. Yeah, she went off the deep end. Also, this happy ass theme. That was her daughter? Her adopted daughter, yeah. So basically, they turned her daughter into an Elid. That's what I got so far. In the twilight, several Mangi security transport vehicles drove into the dock of the port. We have arrived at the port area, and there are still 3 cargo areas away from the designated location. Listen, Nikita. Let me repeat again. Your mission this time is ostensibly to replenish goods to compensate for unexpected losses during transportation. However, due to the supplier's temporary scheduling, we are unable to deliver the goods, and your team needs to pick them up at the designated location on their own. But in reality, this is a kidnapping planned around you, and there will be armed forces intercepting you later. For some unknown purposes, they will attack and arrest you first. Don't be too obedient. Symbolically resist. Got it. Did you install your remote control? Installed it. Okay, if they shut you down, I will help you remotely start it. Remember not to move around when turning it on. Okay. After passing through 3 cargo areas, the leading vehicle ahead stopped. Nikita saw David jump out of the car and gestured for them to get off as well. Are you waiting here, Captain David? The task is here. If it weren't for those Viegers, we would have had to make this extra trip. Let me read that again and rephrase that. If it weren't for those Viegers, we would not have had to make this extra trip. David? That's what you told me before. The person who took Una away. Nikita tapped their earphones twice. This is their agreement on how to convey information if something is around. Someone has to come over. Hello, this way. An approaching black figure appeared in the mist, and David waved at it, but stopped as it approached. No, it's not human. The cold gun barrel that first appeared in the mist. Immediately after, as if responding to instructions, a red light lit up not far from behind the machine, like the eyes of a human being about to hunt. What's going on? Isn't he here to pick up the goods? The machine with the gun stopped in front of them. Warning, this is private territory. Unauthorized intruders must surrender as soon as possible. Lay down your weapons and accept questioning. Oh, it's a repeat. Just repeats it again. What private territory? This is not good, Captain. It's time to fight. Hey, wait a minute. What is the tool that gives ping tests? It's called Luna Translator. Everyone? No, there's 3 more. One flag needs to go over him. That's horrible. When do we kill Parodies? I don't know. Seeing the opponent's numerical advantage, many members of the transfer team gradually laid down their weapons for self-protection. Seeing that the time had come, Nikita twisted her foot and fell on the spot. The attacking machinery indeed seized the opportunity and swung one arm at Nikita. Ah! I've been knocked down! Nikita pretended to be in pain and leaned aside. That's a little bit fake. Is it? But the other party is at lower level machine than dolls, so they probably won't notice. Fortunately, it's just mechanical. Nikita fell to the ground motionless, feeling a machine moving towards her. The target has been controlled. Now execute the forced sleep command. In the next second, Nikita lost all her senses and perceptions. Kai is super strong for mobbing. There's like no one better than her right now. The one who comes close is Quinhua, which we won't be getting in global for a while. Elemental self-check completed. System self-test completed. Power pack turned on. Remaining power 100%. Accessing mental backup. Link successful. Mental loading begins. 5%, 20%, 35%. At the moment of sensory recovery, Nikita didn't open her eyes. Through touch and proprioceptors, she realized that she was now lying flat, slightly bumpy, and the journey should be relatively smooth. Nikita slowly opened her eyes. In a limited field of view, Nikita confirmed that she was currently in a device. She's in a device similar to a maintenance cabin, with a large piece of transparent curved glass in front of her. Through the glass, she could see a space that looked a bit like a laboratory from the layout. Nikita, you awake? After the noisy sound of electricity, a whisper from Anissa came through the earphones. Yes, in a laboratory. The identity of the kidnappers is unknown. The person who gave me the order seems to be from a different faction than the kidnappers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sent a security team to retrieve you. Although there is cooperation between them, their relationship is very suspicious when we delve deeper. So far, I only know that person's name is Wolfeye, which sounds like a code name. Besides that, their gender and identity are unknown. It depends on what clues you can obtain from the kidnappers. I will do my best. Do you know the other members of Mangi Security are being held? No. Temporarily suspended communication. Nikita closed her eyes. She felt a slight vibration all over her body, and a few seconds later, the sound of the cabin door opening came, and the cold, flowing air in the laboratory brushed against her surface. The sound of plural footsteps echoed back and forth on both sides of her body, and she felt that the data interface on her body was being opened. I left the VSK-94 gun here. Sure. By the way, can dolls run performance tests in a dormant state? Sure. Upgraded to the latest version with this feature. Startup is too risky. This model of doll has superior tactical performance, and the defense machinery in our laboratory may not be able to beat it. Speaking of which, IOP. This doll model has also accommodated a lot before, and its performance, data, and other aspects are actually quite poor. Why is this VSK-94 marked as specially accommodating? Isn't that why we worked overtime without pay today? Don't speculate. Let's get to work. Nikita felt that her interface has connected to the data cable, and then the buzzing sound of large machinery running came from afar, and the footsteps around her gradually drifted away. Nikita slightly opened her eyes and saw several researchers gathered in front of an electronic screen not far away discussing something. Besides the exceptional performance in combat, there's really nothing particularly remarkable about it. Is this report written truthfully? After discovering that there was major conflict, we didn't find anything. Will they blame us? Why don't we unpack her body and thoroughly investigate her? Maybe there's some hidden firmware that requires special means to start, which cannot be obtained through regular testing. It's not impossible. Then we need to transfer to the laboratory. The equipment here is not enough. How to display the broken target organism? Before the researchers could react, a sharp blow from behind made him instantly fall to the ground unconscious. Someone realized they wanted to escape, but was pulled back by Nikita, using a torn connecting wire, and hit him hard in the stomach with one knee. Ah! I'll take your gun. Taking the gun from the researcher's hand, Nikita aimed at the person rushing towards the alarm, but was unexpectedly pulled off by her arm by the researcher who was trying to get up. Bang. The charged dart fell to the ground, and Nikita turned the gun and aimed it at the person who restricted her movement, pulling the trigger. Ah! The voltage of 50,000 volts made him instantly fall to the ground and convulse uncontrollably. He's fucking dead. Just as Nikita turned around to deal with the only fish that had escaped the net. The sharp and piercing alarm roared in my ears, and at the same time, the laboratory doors opened up with a loud bang, and a large wave of mechanical guards rushed in. Nikita quickly retreated and picked up her weapon, surrendering herself to hiding behind cover. A tough battle is inevitable. He's fried, yeah. There's nothing here. Hold on. It's right here. So we're just going to skip that part, but let's see what happens here. This is not a solution to keep them from pouring in continuously. First, eliminate a wave, then find a way to the door. Alright, take action. Okay. Big armor like E-leg. Yeah. They basically have the same body type. Yeah, the boss is already dead. So. Under Nikita's string operation, the door to the research laboratory slammed shut, and most of the machinery was isolated outside. Nikita quickly resolved the remaining defense machinery in the research room. Inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure. Hey, stop. Oh, hey! The researcher who just escaped from a taser gun attack and pressed the alarm button. Seeing him lie on the ground and randomly grabbing the weapon dropped by the defense mechanism, Nikita walked straight towards him. You, don't come over here! I advise you not waste your efforts. You won't be able to defeat me. Now, come over here for me. Nikita twisted the person's arm and led her to the laboratory terminal. Unlock. No. Nikita simply fired a shot at her feet, and a loud noise and vibration made the researcher crash down in fear. Don't, I'll lock in for you. Soon the restrictions on the terminal were lifted. After the moment of logging into the system, Nikita directly gave the researcher a knife, and then supported her sliding body and placed her aside. Although the password has been unlocked, it's better to enter the second level, as the search speed and information processing speed will be faster. Nikita entered the second level and searched for keywords in a massive amount of information. Soon she found that the information in the terminal had been damaged to a certain extent. Could it be that she did something wrong when she turned it on just now? I shouldn't have knocked her out so quickly. Wait, this is... She read a list and attachment of an email in her mailbox. List of samples required for technical optimization and upgrade of the 3rd generation dolls. List of samples. Click on the attachment for a long list of photos and names of dolls, many of which are from the former Griffer era. Soon, Nikita found her own information on it, including some basic information that she couldn't understand. The messenger is Wolfeye. Is it the Wolfeye mentioned by Anissa? What are the participants of the Stellar Wind program and the key containment targets of the Coronal Hole program? Stellar Wind and Coronal Hole? During the process of pulling down the list, she caught a glimpse of two familiar faces. This is OTS-14 and DP-12. Why are they also here? OTS-14, like herself, has been marked with a key focus, while DP-12's data column is almost blank except for basic information. The meaning is unclear. We need to verify it later, so please copy it first. After exiting the second level, Nikita noticed a dull knocking sound coming from outside the door, and at the same time, she received a communication from Anissa. How's it going? Did you find anything? Suddenly, Nikita seemed to hear a strange sound coming from Anissa's side. This research laboratory should be temporary, and there is very little useful information, but I still found something. I'll send it to you first. Speaking of which, why did you hear the sound of woo-woo coming from your side? Speaking of which, did I hear something? It's cool. Did you forget? You fostered it to me. It's like a bit of ominous over there. The mechanical guards are breaking into the door and will break it in no more than 5 minutes. Nikita pressed the button to send a message, and the progress bar of the message began to slowly crawl on the screen of the terminal. It should be possible. My subordinate security team is already on standby around the building. By the way, have you really thought it through? Throwing 3 unconscious researchers into the maintenance cabin and closing the hatch, Nikita began researching for dismantling tools. Think about what? Continue to stay at Mangi Security. Is this what we discussed before? Nikita, who had found the dismantling tool, sat on the ground and began to dismantle her leg body. Undercover is not that easy to do. It's a small matter to withstand the pressure of being discovered. The key is that sometimes you have to do things that go against your own values. We had a dispute over this matter before, and although you eventually obeyed, I am well aware of your attitude. You do not agree with this approach. I do not agree, so I continue to investigate. I have already submitted the clues of Oedipus to the relevant departments, and I believe they will take action. From the open corpus, Nikita took out several miniature bombs. She placed the bomb on the door terminal. Perhaps I cannot prevent certain damages, but I will never give up on reducing sacrifices. That is my true attitude. Now that Wolfeye has started to suspect me, if he finds anything else, the next step will be to completely format my mental intelligence cloud map. My mental intelligence cloud map? Jesus Christ. Okay, my neural cloud, right? Yes, but I don't think he wants to do it unless the crucial step is reached. The data generated by the operations from your original mind seems to be what they really want. So this step is necessary. Nikita took out the last bomb and placed it on herself. Only by destroying my existing mental backup and making them aware of this through my machine inspection can I eliminate the evidence of my knowledge and continue to stay in body security. If we cooperate internally and externally, we have a chance to uncover the identity of Wolfeyes and their conspiracy. I didn't see you so optimistic before. Maybe it's also a setting written in my underlying code. Speaking of which, is your technical team reliable? Installing this powerful bomb in this position won't directly melt my mind, will it? I can't guarantee it. Forget it. Nikita pulled out the detonator. As you said, this is a necessary sacrifice. Keep my mental record and we'll meet each other again. After speaking, Nikita pressed the button without hesitation. Is Wolf Flies to fly? Probably not. Well, no, Groza and DP12. Yeah, DP12 is on the same list as Groza. That's very interesting. Oh, did I just hit restart? No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did. So remember, Mika tends to use the same terms for different contexts. They just like doing that for some reason. After you're done with Ghost Frontline 1 summary, so you're doing Ghost Frontline 2 as well? Yes. There was a thunderous roar coming from the communication end, but Anissa didn't linger too much and switched the communication to another frequency band, while maintaining the posture of holding the gun with the other hand. You can break in now, retrieve Nikita, and also detain the other members of Mangi Security. Do you think one is missing? The gun was hit by something. Anissa glanced down, and the gun-wielding hand pressed down with increased force. It's okay, we'll search again later, and take Nikita away first. Anissa crouched down, her gun-holding hand moving down, and the barrel was originally resting on David's forehead, pressing against his throat. What did you call out suddenly just now? Do you want Nikita to come and save you? This fucking guy has the shittiest faces. Also, appreciate your videos and hard work as a new Ghost Frontline player. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm glad it's really helping you out. Nisa pulled out the cloth stuck in his mouth. You crazy! Who the hell are you? Think carefully before speaking. But if we talk about lunatics, we should be on equal footing. You have humanoid diseases, right? What are you talking about? I don't understand you at all. It's okay if you don't understand, as long as you can understand. Do you know this girl? Issa took out a photo and showed it to him. At the moment he saw the photo, David visibly panicked and shifted his gaze away. No, I don't know. I haven't seen it. That's right. Yeah, I haven't seen her. Issa aimed a shot at his foot. Ah! I'm making a face to that situation. Lisa grabbed his hair and forced him to look straight at her. Not seen? Do you want me to help you recall again? Not seen? I haven't seen her before! Speak frankly. I can still leave you a whole corpse. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. You are a waste to your company. No, waste can at least be recycled. You don't even have the value of recycling. I'll ask you again. Have you seen this girl before? I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her. No. No, I have seen her. David's expression suddenly froze. His extreme fear turning into extreme madness. I have seen her before, but what I saw was not a person. It was human shape, just shape as her. I killed her. I killed a human shape too. Human form cannot be killed. Should I say dismantled, damaged, destruction? Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. What I destroyed was just a humanoid figure. Nisha's arm covered her under her sleeve, bulging veins. Tell me, why on earth did you want to destroy her? Why? Because she's a humanoid. I don't understand why the head wants me to be a living, advanced, and dignified human being. Go, escort a lowly humanoid. Human form, even a little girl's form, is very cunning. She saw me taking drugs. She saw me stealing goods. She couldn't live. So, you killed her. Kill? How can it be killing? It's dismantling. I broke her up into pieces and put them in a bag. Oh God. A lot of red tissue fluid and engine oil flowed out of her body. Damn. I cleaned it up for a long time. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Una was a doll. Then I put her in a plastic bag and I was looking for a waste recycling plant, wanting to exchange some money. So what? And then, oh, I found a garbage dump. On the way, I came across an e-lid. I can't be eaten by bones, so I still got big business to do. So in order to protect yourself, you threw Una's body at an e-lid. That's not a corpse? Lisa couldn't listen anymore, so she pressed the muzzle against David's palm and pulled the trigger. Ah! You killed her. You killed her. He's human. She's human. She's human. She hurts. She feels it. She's a living person. She's human. The next shot was in her throat. Ugh. What about it? Do you feel it? Your current feeling is the same as her feeling back then. Although I don't want to admit that you are human, but that's it. You killed someone. You killed someone. Broken sobs echoed into the warehouse, but the gunshots continued. Eyes, thighs, mouth. Anissa mercilessly pulled the trigger, not noticing that the person under the gun had long been lifeless. After firing the last bullet, Anissa lowered her hand. In front of him was a pile of blood and flesh, a tattered piece of flesh, twisted and collapsed in front of Anissa. It's really frustrating, but The temperature in the warehouse was very low, but the residual heat brought by the rage made her feel suffocated. Nisa picked up the photo that had fallen to the ground. The photo was soaked in blood, but the girl's smile on the screen was still warm and lovely. Nisa wiped the bloodstains off the photo with her fingers. Oh, she's crying. She let out a sob, like the despair of a lioness discovering that her child had been dead for a long time. After a while, she finally spoke up, her voice ruined by the previous excessive excitement. I also killed someone, but I don't regret it. I have avenged you, Una. Mom has avenged you. This is just the beginning. I will definitely seek revenge until the end. I assure you. Damn, that was intense. That was actually pretty intense. The RPK vibes from this. The in the wood chopper. Yeah, so I guess we're probably satisfied by what happened there. This sick bastard may not have been able to tell the difference between a living person and a doll. Actually, he did tell the difference. That's why he did all that. Like, he may have not actually done that to an actual child. Or to an actual human child, I should say. But since he discovered that the doll, or that Una was a doll, he felt no shame from it. Damn. It actually had... This feels worse than the stuff that we got in Ghost Frontline 1, actually. Like, we had been informed that things were bad in Ghost Frontline 1, but things should have gotten better in Ghost Frontline 2 because of the Dolls Act. But it only feels like that it's actually only gotten worse. Yeah. Okay. On the night of blank, month blank, day 2071. He is very dissatisfied with this operation. Not only did we not obtain any effective information, but it also caused us to lose a research institute for nothing. Moreover, the people from the Public Security Administration have also targeted us. How do you expect to be responsible for this incident? Please, don't worry. We will certainly take full responsibility for this incident. Our interests are aligned with those from the Girard Group. Is it consistent, or do you want more? Do we have reason to believe that you have two minds when such simple tasks fail one another? Are you joking? Where are these two hearts? The Lulian government has sent a chief to take over the region for Ode 30. Since he took office, various policies have been implemented are clearly aimed at taking over the actual management rights of the area from us. You should have benefited a lot from these policies, right? I don't understand business matters, but the instructions I received from higher-ups are indeed to fully cooperate with the actions of your group. Is it full cooperation or full obstruction? Perhaps there is someone else obstructing it. What do you mean? A new technical team, a different plan. Some people are afraid of Gerard's strength, so they are causing trouble. Your accusations are clear and dangerous. Mastering the third generation doll technology and walking at the forefront of the times. This type of bird is usually pointed at by a gun. If your group wants to get so aggressively involved with the crown hole plan, it may be targeted by more eyes. Does it also include you? Carmen sighed. Actually, just before the communication conference, I received the approval of the general manager. We plan to violate the terms of the Crown Hole Plan and synchronize the data of VSK-94. Okay, Crown Hole Plan should be the Mephisto contract. To your group in the future to support your group's research and developmental plan. It may be a bit later, but VSK-94 has experienced this incident and suffers serious damage. We are working hard to repair her. Although we are not familiar with the special features of VSK-94, in order to show our loyalty and unwavering commitment to your group, we are willing to do everything we can to help Gerard Group maintain its leading position in the field of third-generation doll research and development. If you had this attitude from the beginning, I wouldn't have doubted you so much. We didn't consider it carefully. To express our apologies, we will build a new research institute for the Gerard Group and are currently researching the anti-ELID technology that can also be shared to a certain extent with your group. Sure, I will convey it to the chairman. Also, I would like to know how you plan to handle it with the Public Security Administration Bureau. We have found a scapegoat and can hand him over to the Security Management Department. Please rest assured about this matter. In a few days, you will see the results in the news broadcast. Okay, let's wait for your message. Let's stop here for today. See you later. Carmen turned her head and looked at her subordinates. How's David's situation going? I sorted out all information and will pass it to Miss Anissa later. That's good. There's no need for this person to exist anymore due to the transportation of prohibited drugs, illegal instruction, mechanical riots, and even the death of important targets. Wow, he did that much? The mouth of the dead at the strictest. Well, Miss Anissa aside, Miss Anissa's side, she may be out of control. Didn't we agree to let her meet her daughter after that? What do you mean? Carmen gently shook her red wine glass, and a crimson liquid dyed with everything a solemn color. After the task was completed, sent her to meet her daughter. Oh! Kill her. Yeah, kill her. Yeah, this is the last one. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure this is actually the last one. Yeah, this should be it, actually. Nikita wakes up again, and Anissa stands next to the maintenance cabin. Do you really want to continue staying at Mangi Security? Did we have this conversation a month ago? Before the explosion? Oh, it seems the mental backup has indeed been synchronized successfully. How have you been at Mangi Security this month? So like before, I carried out routine logistics transportation tasks, checked all the goods, and found them to be normal without any medication. Just had an incident. It's normal to be low-key now and avoid the limelight. To be honest, do you really want to continue staying at Mangi Security? Although you have temporarily escaped the investigation of the Wolf Eye, based on my understanding of him, he will not completely eliminate his suspicion and may have already suspected me. If this continues, the information you can obtain while staying at Mangi Security may be minimal. Nikita fell silent for a moment. Have you read the previous report about David? I saw that a few days after the incident at the Research Institute, he was pushed out as the initiator. Although he himself is no longer alive, it is said that he was mistakenly killed by mechanical guards in the research room. As you mentioned before, security companies backed by large corporations may have many ways to avoid risk. If something happens, they just need to catch a scapegoat and hold them accountable. Indeed, David is guilty, but at best he was just a puppet, and the puppeteer is still hiding behind the scenes. So, I want to catch him. At first, when I joined the Public Security Administration, I only thought about protecting the people around me. But now, I realize that just solving things that happen under the sun is far from enough. Wow, just like Commander, huh? Nikita walked into the window, where thick clouds obscured the sunlight. The satellite city had already awakened and started a new round of struggling. You said before that they would defend me strictly, and the possibility of obtaining information is extremely small, but it doesn't mean that there won't be any, right? After all, I still have what they want on me. And even if I can't obtain any intelligence, as long as I'm still lurking there, it will always be useful to me. Besides, Nikita looked to the distance. On that list, my former colleague appeared, indicating that this matter is also related to Griffin. If there is a relation, that person should be more or less implicated in it. Conspiracy and darkness lie behind the sunshine. Without immersing oneself in them, it is impossible to eradicate the hidden roots and protect what one truly wants to protect. I don't want to lose anything important anymore. Nikita turned to face Anissa, her face hidden in the shadows, but her deep blue eyes were exceptionally bright. Anissa lowered her head and looked at the sun. Anissa lowered her head and looked at her hand, smiling. Nikita then noticed that Anissa had been holding the toy badge in her hand. The blessings on it had already been wiped clean by her. You look quite like Nikki. Nikki? It's an animated film that Una really likes, and Nikki is a detective in it. Honesty, integrity, and a spirit of sacrifice. No wonder Una likes this character so much, and no wonder she likes you so much. Regarding the matter of Una, she always says when she grows up she wants to be like a sheriff like me, protecting the residents of satellite cities. Once when she was very young, I took her to the museum in Satellite City, where she learned about the concept of polluted areas. When she got home, she kept asking me, "Mom, if I become a sheriff, can I also protect the people in polluted areas?" Una, the people in the polluted areas are not within the jurisdiction of the Security Bureau. Where can I go to protect the people in the polluted areas? Well, Mom isn't quite sure either. Una, the polluted area is very large and dangerous. Isn't it good to stay in a satellite city? Satellite City is protected by Mom. The little girl shook Anisha's hand. Mom also entered the Satellite City from polluted areas before, right? I want to protect people more like my mom. If it were people like Una who took me away from the polluted area back then, wouldn't everything be different now? I often think things like this. She treats everyone around her with such purity and kindness. I'm not very good at comforting people. Nisa took a deep breath and pulled herself slightly out of her emotions. There's no need to comfort me. I was thinking, since we are going to have a long-term cooperation in this future, and the foundation of cooperation is trust, it's also possible to tell you a little about my past. Anissa sat up slightly. I used to belong to a special intelligence unit under the new Soviet military, and was an undercover agent planted in the Romanian security system. The Neo-Soviet military? That's right, the faction that has already fallen. But we are just some very basic consumables. At the time, they said they were doing these things for a better tomorrow and maintain world order and justice. At the time, although I accepted the recruitment mainly to make a living, there was a period of time when I truly felt proud of my work. In my imagination, if we win, people like me would be protected. The result was that what we did only hurts more people like me, and I couldn't even bring up this experience to Una. I am not a good role model for her. After taking a sip of water to moisten her throat, Nisa continued speaking. After General Carter lost power, my former colleagues and I returned to the military base to try to destroy the files in order to avoid being purged. But for some reason, all of our information disappeared. During the retreat, my former colleague was shot and killed by opposition search soldiers to cover for me. Before his death, he handed over Una to me. You're not even from Luo Leon. I used to want to become someone like Luo Leon, live an ordinary life, and live under the sunshine. But I was found by Wolfeye, who had my file in his hands and used it to blackmail me into using my identity and authority to continue handling some shady matters for him, and took Una away from in the name of taking care. I have thought about finding out the identity of Wolfeye, but he is too mysterious and seems to have never appeared in the public eye. I can hardly find any clues. Nikita remained silent. Is your righteous nature urging you to bring me to justice now? What crimes do you have? They will be brought to court for trial. We are only in a cooperative relationship now. The court also depends on whose court it is. But you're right. We're currently working together and have more important things to do. Let's take it step by step. For you, it's about bringing the mastermind behind the scenes to justice. And for me, it's about avenging Una. I still feel very sorry. She could have become the person of her dreams, but was buried under my weakness. If only I had taken her far away and left everything here, I could have given up my status. Nissa's voice grew weaker and weaker, as if speaking to Nikita or murdering to herself. Una has become the person of her dreams. Nissa looked at Nikita walking towards her and took the toy badge from her hand. Nikita pressed the toy badge a few times, and Anissa's private terminal rang. This is... She took out the terminal and found an unread message. She clicked on it and found a photo attached inside. It was taken from Nikita's perspective of herself. This toy badge has a photo taking function. The unknown informant for the clue in the photo you provided me earlier is Una. Nissa stared blankly at the photo. When her life was at risk, she chose to convey valuable information to the person she trusted the most. She has become the person of her dreams. Listening to Nikita's gentle words that were different from usual, Nissa slowly buried her face in her hands. This is a silent cry. This is VSK-94, Nikita's previous experience. She is still undercover in Mangi Security and will occasionally transmit intelligence to us. Commander Groza also appeared on that list, so please be more vigilant and careful. The Elmo was steadily sailing on its way to Levi, with thick clouds outside and a dim view. Suddenly, Nikita's bright golden hair came to my mind. Even if the environment around her is dark and unclear, the clear path will definitely be reflected in her deep blue eyes. Thinking of this, I smiled silently, trying to keep her impression in my mind for as long as possible. Okay, Colleen, I got it. By the way, Nikita also wants me to bring you a sentence. A statement, I guess. What? I will lurk in the darkness, but if the boss needs me, I will definitely meet you in the light. Stop! This is hurting more. So, mind some translation fuckery? Yeah, like boss's urine. That was the best one. Yeah, this is strong stuff. This event was dark. Yeah, and this was a character event. Yeah. This was not even a major event, this was a character event. Yeah, this event was really dark, yeah. Yeah, Ghost Frontline 1 dark. Yeah. So now we know that Nikita is probably not going to be on an Elmo for a while. But she is undercover in Mangi Security. So, for all intents and purposes, Mangi Security is going to be a major antagonist going forward. So the question now is, who is Wolf's Eye? It's 99% chance it's not regarding Task Force Defy. It's probably someone completely unrelated. But that's the question right now. Who is Wolf's Eye? And I guess the other question is, what is Mangi Security ultimately trying to do here? There's already a lot of moving parts in Mangi Security. We still have Lentine as well, who has a hard-on for the commander. but they're doing drug trafficking. Um, they have elid powder. They're doing smuggling as well. They might be trafficking children. That's not confirmed yet. Maybe Commander Scary, maybe. Like your basic canisters. Elid powder donuts. Yeah, this was a very strong event. Like, holy shit. I was not expecting this, to be honest. You know, I was expecting like some background information on Mangi Security, like maybe see like the corruption and stuff like that. But no, this went like this was a fucking 11 in terms of how dark it was. This is the darkest event I've seen so far. Yeah, also surprised most in the gun. Yeah, I guess there's another question too. Um, so that place they were at the end, I believe that was Gerard related. I want to say. So they have information on Groza, but they also have information on DP12. So the question now is, what's going on with DP12? They said that her record was completely blank besides basic information. So, if that's the case, something may have happened to DP12. Which would be kind of shitty because DP12 is really popular. Who is DP12? I can just show her wiki. She's a shotgun unit and goes from like one. Actually, the best. Gosh, I want to say she's actually literally the best shotgun unit in Girls Frontline 1. Yeah, at the very least, she is one of the best shotgun units. But also, she's actually pretty well established in Girls Frontline as well. Like, they gave her a whole side story to herself. Like, basically, she was a civilian doll, a maid, and she wasn't treated very well back then. So she actually, I want to say, it's been a while since I watched her side story in Ghost Frontline 1, but I want to say she was framed. She was framed for doing a crime, and she was going to be dismantled, but she ran away. And she ended up being able to stay out of the spotlight until she managed to get recruited into Griffin. Yeah, it was close to the kid, yeah. Yeah, that's right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and she's forced to follow orders, right? So there's that. And is thick. Yeah, DP12 was one of the thickest characters they ever made. But even as just like a natural character, I say she's one of the best written ones, in my opinion. So she's actually very, very, very popular. Yes, they were. VSK and Stetch can work, especially VSK. In fact, I'm pretty sure she was investigating DP12. Yeah, they have the entire Griffin list. So they're tracking all, not maybe not tracking, but they're very interested in them. And the only thing that is stopping them from just outright grabbing them is the Mephisto contract. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting so far. Yeah, that game is just silly. Yeah, so once the contract goes kaplooey, uh, originally we thought that that just means that all guns will be pointed towards the commander, but now it seems a lot more like the entire team is going to be in a fucked up situation. So it would actually be imperative to gather everyone. And let's keep in mind, even without the contract, there were still some dolls who were in fucked up situations, like Groza, for example, also Dushev Nanya, and even DP12 beforehand. Like there were still some dolls that were still being attacked. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, all bets are off, yeah. So, regarding plans going forward, because it is 11 o'clock and I don't want to stay out for too much longer, um, there will not be a stream tomorrow because I'll be busy tomorrow. But I will see if I can stream on Monday. And if I do decide on stream on Monday, I'll do the usual where I pull up a notice. And it should be a long enough notice that you guys should be able to plan around it. But Monday should be the next target stream day. And for that one, I'm thinking is either going to be, let me check. Is either going to be Affiliate Part 2? Or I may have had to do these and to unlock these. But yeah, I may just do Affiliate Part 2. So that we can get ahead of it. Because I would need to finish this in order to get ready for the Leva event. So we'll see what happens there. Thanks for that. I'm glad it's really helpful. I do plan on doing more videos, like more bite-sized one. Mainly because I know my long videos they can be pretty tiring to watch over a course of time. So I do want to do more bite-sized videos, both in terms of gameplay and also just discussing topics, like how I have been. So do expect those as well. That's also why I want to use Sunday to just make more videos and get this done as well. But I am glad that you guys also liked this format as well. Being able to use a translated version of what's going on CN, and it still hits very hard. Even though we get some silly translation issues like boss's urine. I still love that, by the way. I am very happy that my summaries are helpful to get people involved in Ghost Frontline 1, because I think that is a fantastic story, all things considered. Sounds straight out of Metal Gear, yeah. But okay, I don't want to stay up too much longer. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I will see you guys Monday. Take care, everyone.